What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by Gebetto on the cast tonight for Anyone's Legend up against Weibo Gaming. Gebetto, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this match. This is an interesting one. I mean, you look at these names, especially AL from last year, and then you see the set score. And that doesn't feel like the Anyone's Legends that we saw at Worlds, that we saw at MSI. If you were an LPL viewer overall in the last year, then you would know that AL had some slumps, and they're starting with one in 2026.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and it's something you could say about Weibo as well. Let's take a look at the standings as we kick on off the night, where we have got ourselves a four-way tie currently in Group Ascend. 4 teams at 1 and 2. Everybody but BLG and JDG kind of hanging out there in even Stevens right now. But AL and WBG, they're 2 teams that I think most folks would have a little bit above the likes of IG and TES, despite recent series wins by TES. And that is really going to be the series that decides which one of them is going to be able to move up and take at least temporary sole possession of 3rd place.
And then later on tonight, we've got the IG versus BLG, but that'll be by 2 new people. And that's very important as well, you know, maybe making if IG could upset BLG, that would be a really nice, not nice for BLG, but it would be very fun for everybody else. If IG do lose that, then tonight's series does cement a 3rd place.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's what a lot of folks are going to have their eyes open for in tonight's series. But first things first, let's chat about these teams who we are going to be checking out tonight. First off, it's going to be Anyone's Legend. This roster going to be Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael from top to bottom. And they're looking to run back a very, very successful 2025. And so far, off to a shaky start, but with a chance to solidify it here today.
Yeah, again, this roster was the best performing international team from the LPL. They went to 5 games against T1 and Gen G, respectively, at MSI, and unfortunately exiting in like a top 8 position. But again, that game went to 5 games against T1 at Worlds, and you could say by placements that Top Esports did better, but getting 3-0'd in the semis, in my opinion, isn't better. So I think AL, the best performing team from 2025. It's good to see them run back the same roster, albeit with a new coach.
Yeah, certainly. And that loss, of course, at Tabe, going to be a major conversation to have about this team over the course of the year. But the other major conversation is what they accomplished in 2025 and the trajectory that sets that team on coming into 2026. It was a year of firsts for both of these squads. And for AL, they're really all going to be in the positive territory, right? Shanks and Kael make their first international ever for MSI 2025. And in that same split where they end up coming away with the win, it's the first domestic title for a lot of these guys in a long while. First title for Hope since 2021, first title for Flandra since 2022, and first title for Tarzan ever. Can't believe it took this guy that long to earn himself a domestic title, but he finally gets it done in 2025.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that it's well overdue for Tarzan to take this domestic win, but I guess we're going to have a look at the unfortunate lows of some of the players on our other team, which we'll get into in a moment. But Xiaohu missing out on Worlds the first time since 2020. That's not great. And for Elk, I mean, anyone who watched Worlds will tell you that BLG roster did not perform to the expectations that it kind of needed to. First international finish lower than 4th since 2022. And we were talking before we got our show started, Gordo. Not only did he not come 4th, he didn't even make top 8. That BLG roster didn't even make top 8 after winning the summer split, coming in as a 1st seed. So obviously changes had to be made. They have been made in spades. And hopefully Elk and Weibo Gaming alongside Xiaohu can find a little bit more success in this year.
Yeah, it's not just Elk and Xiaohu either, right? A lot of these guys on Weibo, not quite living up to the expectations that they may have set for themselves and that the community may have set for them, be they fair or not, right? JJ, a former world champion, won that very early in his career and has kind of been chasing that ever since. Zika came in a very, very hype prospect during his time on LNG. There were times where people were discussing, this guy joining that pantheon of LPL top laners with guys like Bin and 369. He hasn't quite been able to make it there either. And so this Weibo team, a team that comes in with a lot to prove despite the amount of veterancy they bring on their lineup. That lineup, of course, Zika, JJ, Xiaohu, Elk, and the newest player on the roster, Arha.
Yeah, I've got some real experience in this roster that you were just touching on, Gordo. And the question is, what heights can this team find? Obviously, in 2023, Xiaohu in the finals of Worlds, that was an unfortunate exit, but upset on BLG. That roster looked quite good with the Shy. And, we know what JJ's done, right? World champion, Elk, while maybe doesn't have the accolades on paper as some of the other players on his team, still an exceptional veteran in the scene when it comes to the LPL ADCs. And I feel like this, for him specifically, is a real year to cement himself as a player outside of BLG. He's played with them since December 2022, and he's looking really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, the big highlight for Elk, of course, we came into the night talking about that 19-kill Kaisa performance that he had up against IG that you're watching clips of right now, and funny enough, before we even get done making the package, he's putting up an 18-kill Kaisa game last night in a win up against Top Esports. So this guy's been absolutely popping off. He has been one of the major contributors on this Weibo team in the season so far. And like you said, he has never really been a player that folks have been putting up on the Pantheon alongside, some of the very best AD carries in the world. You don't count him alongside, your Jackie Loves, your Rulers, the players that everybody fears and respects, and yet he has been putting up the results in internationals for a very long time, and now finally off of the BLG squad that's always been so star-studded, he is immediately showing off on this WBG team.
I mean, there is a stat somewhere, I remember Alk showing it to us, I think, of that Elk and On were a duo that has like the most games together in the LPL. I'm pretty sure over its entire history. That's just how long they've been together. And in those Kaisa games, he had a 90% kill participation in both of them. The team plays around him very well when he's ahead. Obviously, Weibo only 1 and 2 in series, so it hasn't been enough. But if Weibo can find that strength in this series and further series, I think AL are going to have something to deal with that's pretty scary.
Yeah, that is definitely what we're going to have to deal with. And let's check out as we compare, our two marksmen here tonight who are going to be a major focus of the matchup. We talk about Elk as a carry, but Hope having a great international performance in 2025 alongside the rest of the team, and going to need to show a little bit more of that coming into the night if they want to be able to find themselves a victory here up against Weibo.
Yeah, so the game score, individual games, Hope just working out that the CS Div at 15 was from 2025. So both of these laners, not super aggressive. Down 2.7 CS at 15 is something of note for a professional player of the caliber of Hope. But both DPM and Gold Div at 15 are both from this year. And despite the Gold Div, look at how much more damage Elk has been doing. Yes, that's a little bit skewed from his Kaisa performances, but I feel a shift for Elk coming into this year. He wants to be aggressive and start carrying his team forward. And this Weibo roster, from what we've seen, really does need it. I think Hope's a great player and can, of course, compete with Elk. Has the superior game score, has higher gold diff at 15, which is, not a whole lot. But even over all of 2025, the gold diff at 15 for these players wasn't that big. They're not really destroying in the lane department, but when it comes to the team fights, that's where we see both these players shine.
Certainly, and what hope may lack in Kaisa games, you would hope he makes up for in Aphelios games, where he's gotten to jam that pick a couple of times, and we've gotten to see just how big and impactful it can be. Where I think the big differentiator in this bot lane comes in is the different supports that these two players are playing with, right? Hope coming in here alongside Kyle, a player that we're starting to hear, whispers of best support in LPL coming around after a while of good performances on his back. And meanwhile, Arha still kind of adjusting to the Tier 1 level. I think has performed quite well thus far, certainly earned the opportunity to come back with this squad in 2026. But still, to be able to compete up against somebody like Kyle, it's going to have to be games like this. It's going to have to be putting up performances that make the comparison look a little bit more favorable.
I mean, we've got like the top supports right now. Kyle On is really making an argument this year so far. He's really come back, and I can't understate, he really underperformed at that Worlds. From a player that has had really high highs and low lows, he found a very low low in that Worlds, obviously not making top 8. You've got Arha in this series, which is an important up-and-comer. And then you've got Vampire as well, someone who has done very well in JDG. So cementing yourself as like potentially a top 3, top 4 support in the LPL is important. I mean, we know how good and how dominant the LCK supports are. So being able to go to an international, hopefully, maybe it's not First Air, maybe it's not MSI, maybe it is Worlds, maybe it takes you the full year to get there, but after having, what is it going to be, 8 months, 9-10 months of practicing, of really cementing yourself in hopefully the top group, playing with a really good team against really good teams, to be able to contest the likes of Carrier, of Duro, of Delight, and the other up-and-comers in the LCK as well.
Yeah, I mean, worth discussing, right? Arha kind of leading the charge on a new generation of supports in this region right now, right? There's some promising rookies coming on up right now who we need to see more footage of. We need to be given more opportunities. We're so early in this young season already, but guys like Perukia, guys like Fengyue, who we have gotten to see so little of, but have potential and are on teams that try to enable them to have this kind of success. We'll have to see how the support pool shakes on out over time, but definitely a little bit of a transitionary period for the role here in the LPL, and we're just getting to see the next chapter of it tonight as Weibo takes to the stage up against AL, and going to be getting
this video is sick, by the way. This video is awesome.
I love the intros right now. I love everything that they're going for stylistically for Split 1 so far. I think the whole intro's been a lot of fun, and the way that they use the logos and everything has been very fun. It's a very colorful intro.
Some of the poses are good too. But while we're walking through the introduction of the LPL, sorry, I got distracted. That's cool. Every time I watch this video, it's just too good. I gotta respect it, pay attention. They did a great job. I like it. There are a lot of picks coming through, both the LCK and the LPL. I mean, the Nico is one that I think is unanswerable in draft. Like, you either have to ban it or lose, and that has been the case in the LPL. Jace is another one we spoke about. 30 bans, the Jace. One game he got through and he won. That was Tarzan, actually. Speaking about Tarzan as well, we recently got the Players of the Week, and it was all BLG except for one, and that one was Tarzan.
Yeah, definitely. Tarzan been, I think, the biggest standout jungler in the league. I think, no doubt, he deserves that highlight player from week number 1, the only one not on BLG to earn such accolades. And, just the amount of pressure this guy pulls in draft alone, absolutely nuts, right? You talked about 20 Jace bans. This guy's, I think, had 18 or 19 bans directed just towards him. Depends on whether you count the Poppy as a ban towards Tarzan or potentially a ban towards, Kyle or even Flandra in the right matchups. But I think it's safe to say it's mostly directed towards Tarzan. He's also busted out the Poppy in the jungle already, got a player of the game up against JDG on that one. So, yeah, I mean, this guy is just absolutely dominant in the position. The loss of Kanavi in this league definitely also helps bump him up towards a pretty substantial claim towards best jungler in the region. And he's going to look to really hold on to that title today with a performance up against Weibo, where I think a lot of people will see him as the favorite based on last year's performances, but adjusting to a post-Tabe world, power ranking this AL team gets very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see the impact of Tabe on JDG, right? He's provided a team that in the first week, okay, is second seed right now in the Group Ascend. So we get the player walkouts. Should be getting into draft fairly soon. I will say I'm a little upset that they aren't doing the 1v1 for side selection anymore. I would have really liked to have casted some of that. That looked really fun. But I think in the LCP, they're doing 2v2s for side selection, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, AL have been built up by Tabe over the last year. International success, like we spoke about. And now have to show off how they do without that. These players are great, but drafting is super important at the top level. I mean, it's important at every level, but at the top level, it's ridiculously high. I think there was, I can't remember the percentage, but it was like Reckless talking about T1 when he was in the T1 Academy team and playing with some of the, or, you know, talking to some of the Tier 1 players, that something 70% of their time spent talking and practicing is talking about tier list and draft. That's so important at this level. So losing a coach like Tabe, who, you know, the Tabe draft is a thing that we talk about on the LPL all the time. How can they do without that? I mean, it's only been a week, but losing the BLG, it was a very close series. That's going to be a really, really fun matchup rivalry to continue watching over the year as it develops. But for AL, this is a really important game to win. If you lose this game, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, you're going to start to lose a little bit of faith from the crew, right? If you're not able to close this one out, especially having struggled up against JDG, having struggled up against BLG, you could write those off for now, right? These very well may be the top 2 teams in the LPL, and 3 not too shabby by any means. But yeah, start dropping games to the Weibo Gamings of the world, and then you start to wonder where they really do fall in this Ascend group. Speaking of first selection, which you brought up earlier, Jay Beto, it's going to be the first, I think this is, with the start of the second week, we're starting to get word about who actually has first selection for the beginning of the series. It did go over to AL for this one, so we do know AL have selected blue side. Weibo then get to choose who picks first and who picks second. They choose to pick first. So we are going to have the desynced blue and red side drafts this time around. For anybody who that, you know, upsets at like a deep metaphysical level, I apologize in advance. You know, prepare yourself. Take the warning right now. If you have to cover up the bottom half of your screen, so be it. But Weibo will be picking first from the red side tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's me. Definitely trips me up a bit. It's tripped up a few of our casters, I can't lie. But I'm surprised that teams are taking blue side. My prediction was that everyone would take side select. It's more important. But we're getting into draft. Malphite, Nico, J-Spans, Rumble, all very high priority champions that have been banned over the first week. We spoke about Azir, Orianna, Wukong, Jarvan. You were talking to me about Jarvan for Tarzan. Might be a really strong pick here.
Yeah, first shot we get of the players is Xiaohu yawning on stage. Wake up, brother.
That's a good sign.
It's time for a hype game. It's not even that late for you, brother. Like, come on. You got this. First pick over in the Weibo hands. And there goes those bans that we talked about. The Poppy going to continue to be a major focus up against Tarzan. He loses access to the Malphite as well. The Jace banned away on, well, I was about to say on blue side, but it is actually from the second pick. It got me. It got me already right after I bring it up. But the Orianna up and available. Xiaohu loses access to this about as much as any other mid laner in the league, and he's going to snap it up for himself in game number 1.
Could be an Akali answer here, or just the Azir. Now, if they do go Azir, which it has been locked in, with that Jarvan that you spoke about to me before we got started here, so good shout there against the Orianna, good takeaway as well. But the Azir will suffer in lane a lot. It's a tough lane to play out. You're waiting on the late game scaling, the range to come in from the auto attacks and the on-hit damage. If that doesn't happen, Xiaohu can pull away in the lane very significantly. I'm interested to see here what's the jungle match. Could be an Ambessa. We saw this in Demacia Cup, the Orianna Ambessa pair. That ult combo is incredibly quick, faster than Nocturne, faster than Malphite if you're snapping on the same target.
Definitely, and they are going to look to send JJ into the jungle on that pick. Almost certainly will be a live flex in case they want to send it to Zika in the top lane, but still lots of potential for where that will be flexed around. I think the Azir-Jarvan combo, though, something that they will be plenty happy to get on AL's side. Tarzan been favoring that Jarvan so much. Elk going to get access to the Yunara in game number 1. Again, this has been the big carry force for Weibo. This has been an Elk team so far, frankly. They have not been able to get the performances they hoped for out of their solo lanes, at least that you would hope for on paper if you've been a longtime fan of these players. So looking for Elk on the Yunara to be a big impact here, but the Scion left up, snapped up by AL.
Taking your ADC down to 4-5. Getting potentially banned away. I mean, Aphelios, Kai'Sa, things that could be looked at into the Yunara. In the LEC, having a bit of Corki with very middling success. I think Lost Returns have played that matchup twice and lost both of them. So, could be an option as well. But obviously, AL feel like they've got enough ADCs to get banned out and then continue on their play. Because AL do have last pick, they will probably keep Kael for the support counter pick. You were talking to me about potentially a Bard angle, some enchanters that have been getting picked up for Kael quite frequently so far in 2026, but I think Bard looks good here into the Orianna. It's a bit tough into the Yunara, but still playable.
Certainly, and yeah, I mean, Kael been a big Enchanter fan all season long so far, and I think he's well set up to go for one here. It would be good with the Azir, who's already going to be a late-game carry. You've got 2 big, beefy frontliners to play front-to-back through, and also to engage, right? You can trust that Tarzan and Flandre will be able to handle the engage side of things in this game, so you don't necessarily need it from the support position. They're also clearly not buying that JJ is going to be the one taking this Ambessa as they continue to ban away junglers here that would pair up strongly with the Orianna.
This could be a situation of like, okay, we pick Sion, not a whole lot into Sion, right? Rek'Sai hasn't found the success that we would have liked to have. You can play the Zehen, again, middling success. Ambessa has been the counter alongside Rumble that's banned, right? Up against the Scion, so AL... and pick Scion, you have to put Ambessa into the top lane. Hope's taking a swing.
Wow. I mean, this will deny Elk the opportunity to pick it if they do lock it in, but... we're going to get cursed by talking about hovers as per usual. It will be Hope on the Corki. Maybe looking to play a little bit more aggressive of a bottom lane. I do wonder if they're going to take something like Anami to try to play that lane more aggressively, perhaps going to be based on what Arha goes for its support.
And this is kind of what I was talking about with the LEC, like Corki pick up into Yunara. Hasn't found amazing success, but it is still an option. You have a really, really strong lane, and while close range, you do have still really good scaling. I think this Yunara champion with Fiend Hunter Bolt is so broken. Really nice third jungle selection here. So, you know, you ban away Zinta, you ban away Vi. We've got a great Orianna ball delivery system. We've got 2 of them, in fact, so far. You could go towards a rain support now if you need like a Karma to help you. Or just, you know, another engage, another ball delivery system, another form of running it down. And I like Alsa. I think Arha on this pick can make a good name for himself in this game.
Yeah, Arha going to snap up that Alistar, one of the most popular supports in the current meta. The Nocturne Ori combo does come through. Zeka going to be assigned to that Ambessa to lane up against the Scion. And final pick now going to be Kael on the support. Does he want some kind of Enchanter to try to hose this Alistar and the Yunara lane? Could be an opportunity to play it out more aggressively if you go for something like the Nami. Could also be just a chance to snap up the Bard that he's been loving all season long so far, and that may be the pick, in fact, and will give them a lot of flexibility, a lot of ability to roam around the map, a lot of ability to pair up with the Jarvan for some early plays, and you're going to have your wits about you for that if you're anybody on the Weibo side.
It's a tough matchup. I mean, into Ambessa, you're probably not catching her. Into Nocturne, you're never hitting him with the spell shield. You're never catching a Nocturne out. Orianna is your primary target, right? Because Yunara can, if she's fast enough, if Elk is fast enough, ult and dash away from the ult. That is pretty tough. You need to be aware that it's coming. But in my opinion, for AL, they're really putting onus in draft to shut out Xiaohu, which is a decision. We were talking about hyping Elk up, but he can get away from the Cataclysm. He can deal with the bot lane pretty well. He can dash away from the Emperor's Divide late game. But AL committing so much of their draft here to shutting down this Orianna.
Yeah, Xiaohu not been allowed on the Orianna yet this season, right? There's been 5 Orianna bans directed up against Weibo. That's as many as there are Jace bans against Weibo, right? That champion that's at near perma pick ban status. So Nico in that same category. That's another champ near perma pick ban status. When you're facing off against Weibo, Orianna in that same category, but they do give it up in this game number 1. AL taking that risk that Xiaohu will not be able to perform on what has perhaps been his historically best champion over a very long, very, very successful career. I wonder if he's going to be able to kind of snap back now that he gets his hands on the Ori in this game number 1 and for the first time this season.
It's very important to be showing synergy between these teams, but Gordo, looks like we're jumping onto the Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone. It is going to be a banger series if we are lucky. Anyone's Legend taking on Weibo Gaming in a fearless best of 3 for sole possession of 3rd place, at least to start off the night.
It's a pretty loud gyos, Gordo. Pretty loud from the AL roster. Or sorry, from the AL crowd side there. Seems to be a little bit more loud than Weibo's is, but I mean, that's kind of what you get from, again, the international performance of AL. Weibo was disappointing last year, and even the 2023, where they found success, that was an underdog story, right? That was not what was expected of the roster. I wasn't watching like a ton of LPL at that time. That was a while ago. But I know I watched that Worlds, and that was a crazy run that Weibo roster had. I'm fairly sure it's only Xiaohu back. I don't exactly remember the roster off the top of my head. I think it was like Light and Chris, but trying to find some maybe some heights.
Team too. Yeah, it's been a bit of time for sure. No, wait, sorry. I'm thinking of the Suning roster. So that was the one without Xiaohu. So yeah, you're right. It's been too long. I'm not going to be able to remember these things off the top of my head. So I'm going to stop trying. As Kyle already
remembers.
Zone away the bottom side of Weibo, and level 2, of course, ticked first for the more aggressive laners, as is expected.
It's a good look here from Kyle so far, but again, these ADCs don't tend to be incredibly dominant, at least from a stats perspective in lane, right? The CS is very close. The goal difference relatively, under 100 it is professional League of Legends. It's not going to be crazy average goal diffs, but coming together in these team fights is where these AD carries are going to perform. And I mean, they've got really good AD carries for that job. The Yunara has been the premier AD carry since she released. She got really gutted in nerfs and then got compensation buffed, and now due to Fiend Hunter Bolts, has found a very convincing position near the top of priority for the AD carry role.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta be reliant on that early advantage here, and will give you the ability to try to set these guys behind. A nice stun there found by Kyle, and Hope going to take an aggressive Valkyrie in just to keep that trade going. Elk relatively untouched, though, starts to fire away as JJ is trading alongside Tarzan. Does get the fear to get a nice one there. Another stun found by Kyle, going to guarantee the Phosphorus Bomb, but Elk has the barrier shield. Arha going to have to flash away as well, and now JJ left a little bit alone as Shanks finds him, feared back away. TP incoming. This is Xiaohu in the middle of a 1 versus 4, caught by the flag and drag of Tarzan, and soon to be falling for first blood. Shanks cleans it up.
I mean, they draft for this Orianna, but none of the tools really that are used to take down the Orianna outside of the flag and drag really result in Xiaohu falling down there. It's just his very aggressive TP onto a ward to try to continue that fight forward. A lot of scrapping early. A lot of those summoner spells were burnt. I mean, look across the board. Everything for Weibo outside of the Embesser on the top side has been burnt, and support mid and jungle flashes for AL also spent. So very aggressive start from AL. Weibo tried to answer back, but Xiaohu a little bit too eager to get involved there and does fall down to first blood, which also went over to Shanks on this Azir.
Yeah, ooh, close trade up on the top side. Zika probably going to have to pay some respect to Flandra's Scion here, and Javetta, we talked about it pre-game, will Xiaohu awaken and return to form, being given his Orianna? 4 minutes into game number 1 with lots of League of Legends left to be played. Not looking like it so far. We'll see if he can recover from what was a rough early start off that teleport. Close fights across the board, though, do result in many, many summoners falling in the bottom side, and JJ smells that blood in the water, at least going to try to secure this scuttler in case an opportunity to gank arises if this Bard and Corki continue to try to push aggressively and harass their bot lane.
It's like it was Scuttle Crabs afforded one each to each team, so Tarzan, after helping Shanks get that kill, was able to go up to the top side and collect the Scuttle. And JJ was able to go back down, collect his Scuttle. So no crazy lead, at least on the jungle outside of that assist. But I was talking about this as the Orianna matchup, where the Orianna is supposed to be ahead, and is ahead in CS because it is tougher for Shanks to CS in this matchup. But that first blood, okay, you can see the gold difference, that it's not 400 because of, you know, oh, nice. Unfortunate. That's okay. It's only, what, 10 gold? I'm not a jungler. I don't care about one Krug. JJ unaware of where Tarzan is, but Shanks doesn't know where JJ is.
Yeah, Shanks could be able to dash back away. Instead, going to go in, pushes in Xiaohu, who still doesn't have the flash. Shockwave connects onto Shanks, though, and allows JJ to equalize the scoreboard, but it only lasts an instant as Tarzan will clean up the kill onto Xiaohu.
It's a nice shuffle from Shanks onto Xiaohu, but JJ with the Shockwave as well just does too much damage, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. I like the roams from AL's bot lane, though. They've consistently been first on the move because they've been generating the push with this Bard Corki lane. And even though it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, Hope did use Flash. We didn't get to see if maybe he was dodging an ability. He might have dodged like a headbutt pulverized combo from Arha, but that is a summoner spell burnt. We take a look back here. So Shanks pathing towards Tarzan. They're going to collapse, but really nice shuffle. The Shockwave, though, just lands onto JJ before Xiaohu falls down. You can see the bot lane has roamed down, and Hope did flash. We didn't get to see what he flashed away from, or maybe he was just trying to get the kill himself. That's pretty funny, though. That's like real ADC brain.
We respect that here. If it doesn't end up punished, that means it was a good decision, and we'll find out if that punishment can end up coming through.
He got assist.
He did. That was a good cleanup there from Xiaohu and JJ. I do want to give respect to them being able to keep that Shockwave in range. Shanks clearly betting his engage on their inability to pull off that combo and make the trade. So they do at least keep the gold relatively even, don't get themselves set too far behind. Shanks only on about a 300 gold lead individually. The kill in his inventory. Continuing to cheat down towards the bottom side as this dragon is up and available. Another scuttler there as well. This looks like it's going to be one that Tarzan should have pretty easy access to begin to control this bottom side. Mid's shoving, bot is shoving. Frankly, they want this dragon. They can probably claim it, but they'd like to get themselves a free recall for Hope and Kyle instead.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably sitting on a lot of gold, Hope is. And, I mean, that massive gold lead, the 500 off of 2 assists, is mostly off of the CS difference, right? He was up about 15 now. Up 10, which is a lot, right? 400 gold plus 2 assists. So yeah, he's probably getting 300 gold from that alone. Maybe 250 gold from that alone, which is a ton from the CS. And after taking that base, has the triple tonic adaptive force button to press at any point too. And Elk has that as well. But something that we're seeing more of now, which we didn't see a ton of last year, was mid laners rushing boots because they auto-upgrade upon your quest completion. Mid laners tend to, you know, they have the extra part of the quest, which is doing damage to people, which mid laners tend to fight often. They tend to be the pinch point for teams in the early game. So getting that quest completed early means that Xiaohu will be able to upgrade those boots, and that kind of mirrors a first item completion just because of how strong the effect is. Normally, if you have to go boots first, let's say you're against an Ahri or a Syndra, or your name is Yone, you have to go boots first, and it doesn't feel the best when your lane opponent goes a full item, but the upgraded boots these days feel pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely a wide variety of them, all giving different benefits, but all of them good in their own ways. Xiaohu going for the CDR, the Ionian boots, is the upgrade. Does give you that extra movement speed, and that's been deemed very, very valuable and started to take some priority over Sorc shoes on certain champions and in certain situations. Xiaohu clearly deciding that this is going to be one of those when he does finally complete his quest. That shouldn't be too much farther off at this stage. First Dragon's still not hitting the dirt yet, so clearly not a major priority for these squads, despite all the brawling we've seen around bottom lane. And the end result is that Hope is a little bit ahead, but not really keeping Elk out of the game. He should certainly still be able to hit his item spikes in a timely manner based on how this has played out so far. We do see Arha starting to cheat his way up towards mid lane. And of course, now that JJ is post level 6, the question of where the first Paranoia is going to be cast is well and fresh in everyone's minds. The fact that he can combo with the Shockwave once again means that approaching is quite dangerous for AL. They might be able to secure this Dragon uncontested.
Yeah, the bot lane of Weibo, specifically Elk, has done a really good job of evening out that lead. As Kyle tries to go over the wall. Won't be able to steal it away with just the Q himself, but the gold lead has cemented itself around 400. It hasn't really gone up anymore, and that is part and due to Kyle roaming. So Hope suffers in the lane, Yunara outranges him, and the clear speed with Q and the threat of, transcending is pretty scary. So got to be careful. Hope by himself, but means that Weibo can, balance out this game. They've weathered the storm of the Bard early game. Now you have to be ready for Kyle's roams, Where is he going to be on the map? What lane is he going to impact? It should be this mid lane, and there is a lot of members hovering around mid right now as well with the Paranoia up. Both junglers have completed their first items. So if a fight were to break out, there's definitely enough damage to do reasonable damage. Kyle will roam back down to the bot lane. I mean, it's pretty frustrating to play against Bard, I can't lie.
Always, and Kyle, one of the more adept players in the LPL, at just using this champion to its limit, playing it aggressively, getting inside the enemy jungle, roaming around the map, making the full annoyance felt as Xiaohu finds an engage in mid lane. They don't combo the ultimates, but they don't need to. They stay on to Shanks and finish him off before Tempered Fate can connect, as now Kyle might be the next target. Flag and drag in from Tarzan, trying to keep the Orianna still. Xiaohu flashes away, but now he's caught inside the Cataclysm, and Hope will finish off the kill. Arha trying to stay on top of him with the Unbreakable Will running, but now Elk is the next target. Tarzan finds another flag and drag. JJ's in too far as well. Hope just gunning him down one after the other as Weibo are forced back away. AL take a significant gold lead as Hope gets one more.
That is a huge fight win for AL, and what was a 400 lead in bot is now 1.5k. I have to say, JJ played that incredibly well to find the catch onto Shanks, but they just used too much. The Shockwave was used, the Paranoia was used, Elk flashes in way too close, and it's too late to try to use his ult to help out the fight. Hope, again, first on the roam outside of bot lane, and gets a massive lead, 2.5k. Is that real? I thought it was 1.5k. Did he just get 1,000 gold?
He did, in fact, just get 1,000 gold. He is tremendously ahead, and the credit goes to Tarzan.
That's cashback.
And cashback, of course. Yes, I can't.
That's insane.
Rune's OP, brother. That's just the way it is. But I gotta give credit to Tarzan here, but I can't because another pick might be breaking out before our very eyes. Zika forced back, and Hope with no reason to back away. Finally, he will create enough distance to where he's not consistently getting harassed, but what a series of knockups found by Tarzan in this extended play.
My favorite part here is JJ flashing in front of the dash to stop Shanks from escaping back to his team. The Tempered Fate onto JJ buys time, but Arha's here, but Hope's here first, and he has so much damage. Back in live.
Oh, Zika connects the public execution, holding Hope in place, but now through the portal, but JJ doesn't care, connects a Paranoia. Now Tempered Fate onto 2, double knockup found by Tarzan once again. JJ falling low, and Shanks will get him down with the Soldier. Arha now channeling that Unbreakable Will, gonna be tough to work through, but Xiaohu, deep behind enemy lines, stuck inside the alcove and picked apart by Shanks. AL get 2 more.
Kyle and Tarzan are just running this map right now. I don't know how Hope got where he is. Tarzan still going.
Looking onto Arha, and Shanks gets a third. If you thought Hope wasn't going to be enough now that he's turbo-fed, Shanks going to join him right on that pendulum. look at how strong the AL carries have become off of these two fights.
The game has just completely exploded, Gordo. It went from, okay, AL are a little bit ahead and Shanks, 1-for-1 in mid, and now they're 5,000 gold up, and all of the gold is on important members. It's on Azir, Corki, and Bard, and Bard likes items, being able to roam around and do some decent damage to carries as well. That was, I can't understate how good Kyle and Tarzan have been together as we take a look back. So, Hope goes forward. A little bit too egregiously here. Dashes in as well. Gets ulted. Ooh. I don't know what Hope's doing here. But it's the Tempered Fate that buys time, right? Isn't able to protect his AD carry, but he hits both jungle and support here. JJ and Arha are both caught. Really nice EQ knock-up. And then Xiaohu's in here a little bit too late. He's caught. Kyle dodges the shockwave. Watch this movement. Really nice moves from Kyle to make sure that it's no more kills over to Weibo and AL. A huge lead.
All right, somebody has to take Xiaohu's teleport away, okay? Because that's the second time that's happened.
Yeah, true.
And it's going to become a real big problem for Weibo if it continues. In fact, it might be too late for this game, frankly. 2 is too many. And now they find Xiaohu at 0-4, down nearly 2k gold individually, just trying to scrape together some farm up against the Scion, but AL will have no problem securing this dragon for themselves. Weibo need this game to slow down a little bit if they can't find isolated picks. They do not want to try to take straight-up fights up against this Azir and this Corki in their current states.
I guess the one silver lining, the tiny, it's very small, is that Weibo have one dragon, so the dragon stacking is a while away, but here's Flash.
He has Flash, and it will be used. Flandre uses the Unstoppable Force, or the
TP
Onslaught, rather. TP in, Shockwave connects. They are holding down Arha, and they're going to try to focus him down. Elk finally gets his last auto, but what about the rest of the health bars? Shuffled on in by Shanks. Down goes the AD carry, down goes Xiaohu, and Tarzan just can't miss these flag and drags. He's going to clean up one more as AL win out another team fight 4-for-1.
I can't believe AL only lost their support there. It did not look good at all, the way that fight went. Zika goes into the back line, but they're 6,500 gold up. That's how the fights are going to go. Really well played from AL to get that fight back in their control, but Weibo are completely shut out. They have no business moving anywhere. This game just might be done, Gordo.
Another huge influx of gold as they take down the inner turret. Mid-outer, the last outer standing. Not long for this world, unless Weibo can find themselves a little bit of a skirmish that they like. Decent damage onto Flandre, but none onto Hope as the turret will fall. Elk gonna lose a big chunk of HP. Shanks arrives to throw in some soldiers, and they have to heal to get out of there. AL cleaning up structures around Summoner's Rift. Now Rift Herald up on the menu for them with inner turrets already down. It is looking juicy if they want to keep this pressure up, and they certainly do.
This is where Herald is so much more valuable this year than last year, because you get Herald last year, you maybe break open a tier 2. Okay, hang on.
There's going to be the dash forward, and Shockwave connects onto 2. Shanks falling very, very low, but no follow-up here. JJ not willing to utilize the paranoia, and so Shanks will escape with his life.
Yeah, down 2.5k. Unfortunately, Shockwave does no damage. So, yeah, unfortunately, gets hit by 2. Take a look back here at this fight. So, Xiaohu has Flash here. He's able to get away. Really nice try from Flandre to channel the ult, but this doesn't look good, right? Shockwave lands onto... It is a support who dies, but an Elk is unleashed, and Shank goes into the backline, basically one-shots Elk, and that's kind of just it. There's no damage from Xiaohu. He has no mana at all. Shockwave was already used onto Kyle, onto the support. So I feel like Weibo, that might have been their one chance to maybe get a nice shutdown off of Shanks. Hope up 2,500 gold, doesn't have a shutdown. Would have been nice to get some gold in the pockets of Weibo. But yeah, this Herald in Season 16, so much more valuable because maybe you would have used it last year, got some damage, some chip damage in a game like this. Doesn't really matter, right? But now you get 2-3 plates maybe with the Herald usage, plus access to the Drake Pit if you want to go that route. and cement your gold lead even more. It's 7,500 gold. It's Hextech Soul as well. We might not even see the Soul taken, Gordo. Like, this game is so far gone.
We very well may not. Tarzan looking for another collapse here. Elk is slowed up, hit by the Tempered Fate. Now the rest of AL circling like sharks in the water. Cannot get on towards Elk, though. Not quite enough distance closed. But the Rift Herald now here to charge into this mid lane turret, knowing that Weibo are a little bit weaker. Charge on in, going to take away all but the final plate. Tarzan going to continue to work onto this one until the turret does fall on down. It's a refresh charge for Shelly if they want to try to take her even further. And they may want to rotate her up towards the top lane. Tarzan in the driver's seat should be able to find this crash, no problem.
Does it still do the thing?
It does not.
It does, nice, okay. It is.
There's going to be an engage coming on through. Cataclysm connects and pulled out of the flag and drag by Xiaohu. Weibo's mid laner isolates Tarzan and gets a kill back. Now TP being channeled. This is Zika coming in to try to collapse with the public execution. Flandra follows him. JJ falls to about half HP. Public execution comes in. It finds Shanks. Headbutt going to take him outside of the magical journey. Elk trying to find the damage. Dashes forward but has to retreat in the face of the soldiers. Flandra, basically invulnerable at this stage, will successfully escort the rest of Weibo out of there and says, leave my carries alone.
This is definitely a fight that AL are saved purely by wallet diff. That was a really big overstep. I can see that Tarzan wants to get the Herald crash after it crashes into the wall. I wasn't sure if that Herald still did that this year, but it does, so that's good. Drives into the wall, gets the crash, and as the Herald gets smited, he says go. And I don't think his team is quite ready. He goes way too far. No one can follow. He's caught by the shockwave mid-EQ and gives 940 gold, was it? 941 to Xiaohu. Massive shutdown. If this was a more even game state, that's 1,000 gold over to your Orianna, and you probably are able to clean up at least one more with the amount of damage that you had. It's just a fault of Weibo that they're down 6,500 gold still.
Yeah, that is where they're going to need to make up a little bit more ground. It's just the one pick will not do it. It does get Xiaohu very close to his second item, but not quite there yet. Once he gets that Rabadon's, though, the additional burst damage will be significant alongside JJ. Might give them the chance to take one of these Fed carries out of the fight very, very quickly and try to nullify a significant portion of the advantage. Baron, of course, on the table here now that we're post 20 minutes and in a post-Otacon world. May be where AL look to just try to bust open this game sooner rather than later, but I mean, they don't even really particularly need to rush. This is Azir getting stronger and stronger all the time. He's just a little bit of gold away from his Rabadons as well.
Blackfire Torch Rabadons, that's a build. I guess both mid laners are going Rabadons like second item. Shanks has just got that arm guard. I haven't really, maybe I need to be paying a little bit more attention to builds. I've never seen this kind of aggression and rush of the Rabadons. I'm not sure if there's some tech there that I'm missing, but I mean, there's some decent items getting completed for Weibo, right? That Rabadons is probably a bit away, probably 1,000 or maybe a little bit less than that. But Fiend Hunter Bolt's finished for Elk, right? That's the Rabadons is finished now too. So Weibo all at 2 items. Yes, Hope has 3. But if they're able to maybe one-shot Hope, there is a lot of damage this season. So if they can take down this Corki, they might have enough damage to maybe win a fight. But that's, I'm kind of hopium in this game right here, Gordo. They're still down nearly 7,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel the gold lead in this exchange, right? Tarzan just walking up fearlessly knows that, hey, if you guys open up a fight onto me, you just have no chance of winning. Flandra going to be the one who does get himself caught a little bit far up. Arha looks for an engage, doesn't quite connect the pulverize. Oh, it's half HP off of Flandra, but he doesn't mind that very much at all, and that's the full force of Weibo hammering down on him for a solid 5 or 6 seconds. This TP is actually Kyle coming back using the Summoner's Spellbook to rejoin the fray, and Flandra will have no problem just walking back as well as they just look to continue to wrest control over the Baron and over Weibo's topside jungle.
Yeah, that guy takes no damage at all. He doesn't even have any MR. It's just full armor stacking. And not like he was caught by the shockwave. And Yunara does do a decent amount of magic damage with her extra, like her passive autos. But I mean, AL gonna do just an in-their-face Baron. Doesn't look like it's been started up, just baiting out some vision, and Weibo correctly not walking in too aggressively, so they're not going to get caught by any bait. But this view is really good. I mean, you can see how dark the map is for Weibo. They see absolutely nothing here. There's a line across where Arha is standing, and everywhere south of that, they can't see a thing.
I think they've actually started
And
it
now
up
they're on
now.
it.
Yep, Baron falling down to about half HP. Arha finally going to be able to step up. Throws down a control ward. Here's the paranoia, the shockwave combo. They managed to land it onto 3, but they don't secure the Baron, and they don't find anything kills-wise either. JJ's down. Baron is in the pockets of AL as they restore themselves to an 8K gold lead.
And this comp is a very shotgun-style comp outside of the Yanara. The Yanara really the only one that has consistent damage output. You're looking to all-in one target, blow that person up. Shanks.
Shanks up
Yeah,
too
like
far.
that.
They find the engage onto him. Tempered Fate tries to time it, nearly gets it too. Kael almost buying a lot of time for his mid laner. Tarzan's going to take the fight anyway. Cataclysm locks down Arha, and Hope will take him down through the ultimate, and they're not trying to stop there. Tarzan dashes forward. Elk able to space it out. Returns fire, but none of the damage really sticking, and this Baron's still at their backs. AL, even Sans mid laner, do not want to slow down their siege.
And this combo is nearly back up. The shockwave, the paranoia shockwave is nearly back up. But Shanks demonstrates to us what the Weibo comp is supposed to do, as he so graciously takes a overextend in the mid lane. But when you're full sending it into 5 people onto Hope, and you don't even get in below a 3rd HP with your combo, that's kind of a statement of where the game's at. That's Rabadon's completed. They land onto Hope. They don't do anything of meaningful damage. There's no continuous follow-up there. Weibo do showcase what they can do to a carry if they all land on top. But this is not a comp problem. AL have just team fought so intelligently with their bot prior early in this game and are reaping the rewards of this gold lead. They can afford to make these big mistakes because they don't really mean a whole lot. I mean, Shanks didn't have a shutdown. So yes, he dies. He loses his arm guard. But AL still have full control over the map. They've still got a minute of Baron if they want to try to break the bot side. Maybe the base, but Arha
found once again the young Weibo support being bullied this game. He uses the unbreakable will, but he may be broken regardless. They are just going to try to keep slowing him down with the meeps. Finally, kill cleaned up by Hope, but it's a 5 versus 4 on the map once again. Zika did manage to pick up an objective bounty in the top side, taking down that outer turret, but does leave a lot of the rest of the map exposed. A late recall from JJ, meaning that at the very least a Crystalline Overgrowth going to fall in mid here. It's just a charge forward from Flandra. Here's the shockwave combo. Kael is one shot, but Hope still at a healthy total. Going to get a TP in from Shanks to be able to join up on this fight, but I think Weibo, they took the snap engage, they killed Kael, that's all they got.
Yeah, AL, they're definitely having a bit of fun with this one. I don't see a reason why you would need to, step up that far forward. You could just get the dragon and continue stacking. Now, Tarzan's pretty low. I don't think that JJ can get in there. He has no flash. The dragon looks gone already, but maybe Weibo take the fight?
Yeah, they get themselves on a soul point, and Tarzan able to drag himself over the wall. Zika cannot chase any further, has the public execution, but dangling that one out there is probably just asking to get burst out and killed. So he's going to have to let that fish go. AL now down to only 5k in the lead, but they are one dragon away from that juicy, juicy Hextech soul.
And Weibo have brought the gold lead now down to 4.5k.
Tempered Fate finds, you guessed it, Erha. They're going to continue to work onto him. Arha doing his best to try to escape. TP incoming. This is Flandra, who's just going to take the onslaught in. Lands it onto Zika. Elk going to be Tarzan's target. He lands the Cataclysm and forces the flashback away. Down goes the top laner. Hope just standing, firing, and winning out in the battle. A triple to him. Xiaohu trying to stay alive. Going to be able to pop the Guardian Angel of Tarzan, but that will not stop his rampage, nor the rampage of AL. They've still got all 5 members for this siege.
Well, Weibo even up the gold lead just a tad, and then it goes straight back to where it was. I don't even think that Weibo's fights have been that bad. The shockwave combo that hit 3 people, there's just no damage from Weibo. They're so far behind, they can't do anything. AL break the base open. Are they going to try to end with 1 wave and no Baron?
See if they can do it. They got 10 seconds before JJ will rejoin them. Arha pushed back. Stun connects onto Xiaohu. So does the knockup. So does the flag and drag. Tarzan's all over him until Xiaohu falls. Elk and JJ trying to stage a defense. Zika going to rejoin them. It's still all 5 members. Hope able to space out the public execution. Zika jumps onto him. Is able to take down 1 kill. Elk still firing away onto Flandra. But Tarzan dashes back in, as does Shanks. An ace to AL, and game number 1 goes their way.
I mean, Weibo had some fight back in that game. It's great that they continue to show up. They continue to find looks onto AL. That's a game where you can easily sit there and just lose the game. Very little kills happening, but Weibo give it a good go. This looks pretty good. Right, this is a good look from AL. Again, they looked good against BLG. The JDG series didn't look how they're looking right now. Tarzan remains one of the best players in the world, and every fight, okay, it's a Jarvan comp, but how much he's driving forward his team. You can see where he looks, he's like a magnet. All of his teammates point and look at where he is going, and they're playing off of what he's starting. When he makes mistakes like that tier 2 top lane where he's caught by the shockwave trying to drive the Herald in, they stumble a little bit, but small silly mistakes here. I think AL are just very confident with their gold lead. I'm not going to read too much into that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and even if you do occasionally get one of those engages, it's worth it for all the other engages you found throughout this game, right? Tarzan, such a reliable force at starting off these team fights. There's a reason he draws so much respect on this Jarvan in particular, because of the flexibility that affords him in his angles of attack. And he just found great fight after great fight after great fight throughout the early and mid stages of the game to catapult AL to this tremendous lead. We'll see what the official one ends up being, but Tarzan is a clear player of the game for me in this game number 1.
I think so too. Could be Kyle. I think he really rotated around, played well with Tarzan, made impact on the map. Some of the Tempered Fates are really, really good as well. I'm concerned for Weibo though. That's one of the best mids on the patch. Orianna's super strong. Okay, you do lose in team fights. Again, the on-hit outrange from Orianna, from Azir, is much better than Orianna. You're more reliant on that shotgun team fight one-shot potential with the combo. But in lane, the Orianna is supposed to win that. That's a very strong lane for the Orianna. And that's kind of her in general, right? She beats out a lot of her counters. Akali, Syndra, those are champions that Orianna can really bully. But after that start from Xiaohu dying early, giving the kill over that TP in wasn't great. And obviously the one in the top lane wasn't great either. After this, you're going to have to get into Rise Talia. I'm a bit worried for Weibo's chances in this second game outside of maybe another Elk Kai'Sa pop-off.
Yeah, I mean, you just need cleaner play from your franchise player and mid laner here, right? Your former MVP, your 3-time All-Pro, whatever you want to call him. He's been the face of this team for a while now, and you just need to see a higher quality play out of him than what we saw in these earlier stages. He started to scrape back a little bit. He found some great shockwaves pairing up with JJ later on, but that's too little too late when you've given up such a big gold lead over to anyone's legend. And yeah, they're not going to give that one back to you, even though Tarzan may make a little bit of a funky engage here and there, even though you might find a pick onto Shanks because he's farming somewhere that he shouldn't be. They're not going to punt 6-7K, at least not without a lot of legwork put in by the Weibo side, and this game certainly no exception. They hold on to the lead throughout. There's some little dips in what is otherwise a large blue mountain in that bottom left of your screen, and AL are able to close out from what was given to them.
Yeah, AL tried their best for an LPL gold graph there, but a small stumble. I'm assuming that was where the 1,000 gold went over to Xiaohu. That's a big dip in that. I would imagine that that's where it is. And yeah, a ton of damage done by Xiaohu, right? Nearly did more than Shanks. I think it was like 1,000 gold in there. But when that early game looks as bad as it did for Xiaohu, specifically that early TP, I think that AL were just more on the same page, right? They're taking 2 fights back to back in this river right here. And AL's bot lane head first roam with the Bard. Yeah, Arha made it over, but Elk is way too late here. Doesn't even kill Kael. This is really where it started to get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 kills to Hope very, very early in the game. He does that. He goes up top. He starts taking plates. He gets to buy items. He gets to trigger cash back, and before you know it, he's 2.5k gold ahead. And that's just too much to handle, man. He dies here in this fight, and if anything, that's probably a good thing for AL, because it means Shanks gets to be the one who cleans up all the kills in this subsequent fight. And yeah, there's that second TP from Xiaohu. I've already said it. I'm not going to belabor the point, but yeah, you can't be doing that.
And then every fight afterwards, again, if you want to be a real AL hater here, they did play some pretty bad fights. Okay, the Shockwave combo onto the support here wasn't the best, but they had some good looks, right? The problem is that they're just so far down. If you want to be critical, AL need to tighten up their end here. They did do some silly mistakes. Shanks was caught in mid. Tarzan gave over 1,000 gold. But, again, it's week 2 of the LPL. AL looked incredibly strong. Yeah, this is what this comp should have been. If we had seen this for the entire game, it would have been great. Arha roaming, finding a pick onto someone, maybe the Corki, Paranoia, Shockwave, and Besser ult onto someone. They could have played this pick comp really, really well, blown up the backline, had enough damage to continue going, and then what you're looking at, Bard, Jarvan, Siam, that's not enough damage if both the carries die to continue the fight forward. Even here, triple Shockwave. Hope just gets out of range, and it does nothing.
I mean, the bright side here for Weibo is that you don't have to repeat these mistakes in the early and mid game, and no 2 early and mid games play out exactly the same. So if you can get out of those stages of the game in a more close parity level, and that's where you can start to lean on Elk, who has been absolutely tremendous all season long. I don't want to lose sight of what this guy's been able to do just because the Yunara never really got a chance to show much of anything in this game number 1. He's still got his Kaisa left in the champion pool. There's plenty of hyper carries left and available, and many of them are very, very good in this first patch of Season 2026, thanks to all the additional gold and items you can get on your marksman. There's still time and space for Weibo to play towards that win condition that has been so omnipresent in all of their wins throughout the season so far.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup, right? Alistair against Bard early game, there's just nothing that champion can do. Alistair, one of the, if not the worst level 1 support there is. I would probably say the worst level 1 support against the Bard, who's really strong. Typically, that's where you have to pick a Nico, a Karma, one of those enchanters, a Lulu, maybe, to help your ADC get through the lane. But in this one, unfortunately, the Alistair's great. Who got it? I hear it. I hear the sound. Nice. I agree.
Me too. Checks out. No issues here. Congratulations to
Checks
Tarzan.
out. Tarzan's good.
100% KP
That's
in a 24-kill game? I didn't even notice that.
That's what I'm saying. He drives his team forward. When he's looking, they're all magnets. They all just look.
I just can't. What, the Corki with a 2.5k gold lead didn't just kill someone with the Bard somewhere? Well,
not even
Tarzan
a solo
was
kill.
Clearing camps. I just can't believe it. But yeah, I mean, what a game out of Tarzan there. Gets back on one of his picks that have been so well respected throughout the season, and he shows why this has as many bans against him as the Jace does. Now going to be fearless away, so going to have to dip his toes into something else. But what a great start to the night for that Player of the Week jungler from week number 1. We're about to throw it to a break while we get into draft for game number 2. But first things first, if you want to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English projects. It's the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments will go towards upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you to everybody who already subscribes, and if you don't, consider doing it to support LPL English. We'll be back after a quick break, but we will see everybody on the other side for game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of LPL in English, where anyone's legend are up 1-0 up against Weibo Gaming after a tough game number 1 for Xiaohu and the boys.
Yeah, the Xiaohu and his TP definitely rocked up this game. They made some plays, and we're hoping we never see those plays again. I will say, it's good to see, I think this kind of stuff happens. I don't want to dog on any other Tier 1 regions, but there are a lot of there are some regions and some teams in said regions that lose a game like that and don't do anything. They just sit there, there's 3 kills in the game, and nothing happens, and you lose the game, and you just quietly go out. Weibo made plays. Xiaohu was there on the play. Whether or not his TP location could have been better, or who made the call that he should TP, but whether that was him or someone else, it's up to me, But that's not good enough in a game like this against a team like AL. You will get punished for it. And even though AL made these mistakes, they still were in such a good position, and they're so good at team fighting. That's the other thing. It's very difficult to out-team fight a team like AL, especially this early in the year where Weibo haven't had a lot of time to practice, to get team synergy between them. AL have had the full year of trusting each other, of knowing who drives the comms. It's expected of them that they win these team fights. The early game for AL looked really good too, so Weibo, they really need something here in this second game, whether it's a Kai'Sa, something more comfortable for Xiaohu, which it's crazy, you're on Orianna, but something else.
Yeah, and I like that you bring that up, right? Because it's a rare privilege to get to run back a roster in League of Legends, right? In modern League of Legends especially, but frankly in League of Legends period. There's very few teams that have ever gotten these sorts of chances, and some of them have, made major improvements. I think many of them have ended up falling flat, though, right? You think back to post-World Championship EDG. Obviously, T1 went back-to-back with it. You got to give them the credit there. 2019
DRX.
G2 or 2020 G2 ended up falling a little bit shorter, but still look quite good. But many of the others, it's just you forget that they're even runbacks because they lose so much of that aura that led to them being well established enough to get the run back in the first place. AL, they're able to close out this series, start to solidify themselves as top 3 in the LPL again. People will be remembering what they accomplished in 25 and talking about how much they've grown together. I think this is the style of team where you'd like to see them do it, right? Where obviously Tarzan is a massive star, but there's so much emphasis on the team play, so much discussion about the coaching while they had Tabe last year, and the question of whether or not they'll be able to retain this kind of strategic dominance without him.
The Jarvan Azir is something we've seen a bit more of, but it's not as synergistic as the Orianna pickup. It's good to see it perform well, though. I still feel like you can feel some of the Tabe influence in AL's drafting. It's still very teamfight focused, which is what seems to me is Tabe's kind of flavor. Every time I've seen the JDG squad play together, it's all teamfight focused, very brawly, very ult dependent as well, and that comp was too. We'll have to see what happens in this game too, though. Again, Weibo need to find something, a Wukong maybe, a strong top matchup, a Ryze, a Talia could be nice. Obviously, getting this Kai'Sa for Gala, sorry, that's the other player, for Elk is first priority. You can't just blind pick it. You need a good support. You need a good team comp that can help you proc the passive, but we know what this guy can do on this Kai'Sa, so if you can get a good Kai'Sa game, I'm all on board.
Absolutely. You can't be too transparent with your objectives there, but if I am a Weibo fan, I am certainly hoping to see an Elk Kai'Sa in this game. He's been absolutely ridiculous on it this year. For those who have not paid attention, he's gotten to play it twice so far, once against IG, once against Top Esports. Got 19 kills and 18 kills in those games, respectively. And, of course, a player of the game honors along with them. He has looked ridiculous on that pick. If he can get it, will be a big source of hope for Weibo. We do get to see, obviously, first selection goes to Weibo after the Game 1 loss. 4 characters, does mean that they chose pick order and they chose first pick, while AL presumably chose blue side.
Ooh, so this is the same 6 bans, but taking the Vi early, something that's going to allow Jeje to impact the map early after level 6. As long as he doesn't get set behind pre-level 3 or so, he should be fine, which that doesn't happen very often. Ryze, Qiyana, that's terrifying. There should be a Talia answer. Like, there's nothing else. Maybe Ari, but I think it's Talia for Xiaohu. Very brawly again. I think the Weber have more synergy, but the Qiyana was really Tarzan's thing in the LPL last year, and the Ryze with Actualizer build has risen in priority quite a lot.
Yeah, Xiaohu been a big proponent of the Cassiopeia into the Rise so far this season. I wonder if we'll see that from him here. Don't believe the Vex, that's not real, but he'll take the Syndra instead. Another pick that he has been a big fan of so far, and one that maybe doesn't necessarily the biggest association with the Vi. You could have seen something like the Talia come out here as well, but deciding they want that little bit of scaling. Zika going to lock in the Renekton. Is a solid, reliable blind pick in the top lane, and they will save Elk and Arha for the second phase.
Yeah, the Renekton's quite nice. I like the Renekton here. You can't really go Jax because of Syndra. It's quite a nice matchup. So, I mean, nah, that doesn't feel great these days. The reason I'm a little iffy on the Syndra, Rek'Sai, okay, sure. You can go underground and ult and dodge the Scout of the Week. The reason I'm a bit iffy on the Syndra is it is really good into Qiyana, and it's a bit whatever into Ryze. Like, Ryze is just going to clear anyway, no matter what. But there is, like, lack of synergy between Vi and Syndra. Right? The Scout of the Week pushes away from punch, away from ult. It doesn't help you. If you ult someone and then Scout of the Week them, now they're further away, right? So the follow-up necessarily isn't the best. That's why Talia is so good, because it brings the person back towards you. It allows you to roam to where the Vi wants to be. But I think it's a good matchup against the 2 first picks that AL have. Support bans the look here for both teams, but again, AL should have counter pick.
Indeed, they should. And that does mean that, yeah, they're going to have to blind pick one of their bot laners at the very least. We'll find out where that priority is going to fall, as that is the case for both of these teams here. One more ban coming out. I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they just take the Kai'Sa right off the bat here, as it's definitely going to be a dive buddy alongside the Vi, and yeah, they will just ban it away.
Yeah,
sorry,
nice.
Elk.
I mean, what's left up? Aphelios is open. That's really hard with Qiyana Ryze. You just kind of die. You could go Jhin for some range. There's not a ton of tanky members on AL, so you can chew through. And with Giant Slayer back on LDR, Jhin is not the pick tank and Jhin can't do anything champion that he was last year. And Siva, I mean, what? Lucian Braum is up. That's really strong. I could see AL going that. MF. I mean, Leona ban makes sense. Okay, AL could take the Aphelios too. That does look pretty decent. But for Weibo, if this happens, I think Braum is still really good for both teams.
Agree. I think the Braum is not quite seeing the pick rate you might expect from how well he fits in currently in a lot of these compositions. I wouldn't mind seeing that one bit, especially if Hope locks in this Misfortune. I think that's an easy choice for Arha if he's comfortable with it. And he has already played it, so you would certainly hope that that's a pick that they will go with. They played Ezreal Braum as a duo. I mean, that would be very safe up against the likes of this Qiyana, and frankly, it would give them a pretty substantial range advantage from what's already been selected. Wouldn't hate to see Ezreal Braum here. Maybe leaves you a little bit lacking in damage, but between the Syndra and the bot laner would really be able to just poke folks away. Maybe it is the Lucian Braum, though. You called it here, Gibetto.
Yeah, this is a bit of a fault of AL here. The Leona's banned, so like that's something you would play Braum into, but then they ban Rakan, which is a great counter into the Braum. Renata will help in the lane, sure, but this is a self-counter pick, right? If you pick that, you ult, the shield will destroy the ult. There isn't really anything you can go here that isn't necessarily a self-counter pick. Like, you're still playing melee support into Braum, which is really good for Braum. But unless you want to go Lulu MF, Karma MF, ew, that sounds awful. So you have to go something like Rel to play for the team fight. And again, AL going for that team fight idea. We have a lot of team fighting ults. We're pretty close range. Weibo kind of going with it too, right? We're all pretty close range outside of Syndra. The last Syndra I saw, I haven't kept up with all the picks, was Rookie, and he popped off on the Syndra. It was awesome. Wondering if Xiaohu can find similar success, but I don't know. From that last game's performance, I'm not really super excited to see what Xiaohu can do on the Syndra, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Yeah, it is. He's played it a couple of times. He played it once in one of the wins up against IG. I think it was the El Kaiso game, so nobody really talks about it. It's obviously they're bigger fish to fry if you're talking about Weibo carries in that particular win. He also played it last night up against Top Esports. Did not win that game. Did not work out for them particularly well. But it's a champion that he's very familiar with. It's one that he's played a lot over the course of his career. It's somewhere in his top 5 most played all time. So you got to give the respect over to it. But yeah, Eye's going to be on Xiaohu to recover from what was a pretty poor game number 1 when his team needs him to be able to show up here. Right? It can't be all Elk all the time. You need to have some credible additional threats on the roster.
Well, different to that game 1. Lucian Braum post level 2 or 3 should have prior. Lucian level 1's pretty weak. So if they can generate some of that bot prior and use it, use some push and get some early Drakes, that could look good.
Certainly could. Let's find out if they can do it. Back on a Summoner's Rift, game number 2. Same sides. AL looking to make this a quick, easy night for themselves. Weibo looking to take us multiple games into this series, get ourselves a game number 3. What everybody hopes for, especially when you see these Group Ascend series, especially between teams currently even on record.
Some vision control in the mid-brush here. Looks like Kael could try to crash down, but that would be very risky. Again, the Lucian is pretty weak, level 1, so you're looking for, typically in Lucian lanes, like Lucian Nami lanes, on the bounce is where you get priority. And the Braum can really do a lot of heavy lifting against the Rel there. But both AD carries doing pretty decently on the push.
Looking for potential brawl to start things off here. Arha taking fairly, just a little bit of harassment. I thought that would go a little bit longer, but I hope going to be able to find at least a little bit of double up harassment. And you really do want to try to push that Misfortune advantage while you've got it, because, yeah, once this Lucian has access to his full suite of abilities, he's going to be a much bigger problem. AL do take level 2 first.
I think Xiaohu is... Oh, congratulations, Flandra. 900 games. Nearly... Oh, sorry, not nearly. Over 10 years, 11 years as a pro player. That's pretty impressive. I think that Xiaohu is set up this game to really perform. You've got, Ryze that can't really gap close against you. He just gets scattered like we're seeing here. The Kiana is a similar story. If Rel tries to go on you, you can knock him away, and you can cancel MF ult as well. So Xiaohu is really in the picture-perfect position this game to have a good game and bring his team back. And like you said, and I agree with you, we don't always want this team for the rest of the year to be the Elk show. Like either Elk 1v9s the game or we lose. That's not a convincing look. It's not something that we want from a team like Weibo that with, player names should do pretty well, should be in, as we hope, Group Ascend for the Split 2. And the way that the Split works, if you want to go to have a video, Rafa actually on the LPL Shorts has a really nice coverage of it, so I would recommend watching that if you want it in a little bit more detail. But basically, if you get to playoffs and lose and don't make top 8, so you don't do well in this Group Ascend double round robin, which finishes, I think, February 6th is what I was told, then you don't get to playoffs, so you don't make top 8. You're in Group Nirvana. And a team like this being in Group Nirvana, or TES, or IG, or any of these teams that might end up losing to a team like LNG, who is in Group Nirvana right now. That team is a team that could make a run and get to Group Ascend for Split 2. That's a really terrifying position to be in.
It certainly is, as we do see Tarzan hovering around the bottom side here, not going to be looking to push on towards this Braum Lucian lane yet, but JJ arriving in the bot lane all the same will be spotted on this mid ward, so they are aware that there is a jungler lurking in the wings, and he will be backing on away. Hope and Kyle still finding some solid trades here. They're the ones with the better health bars.
Nice little reset here. Hope has already reset, but it was just for a pot and a cull. So, good thing here for Waver is that bot lane is not off to a bad start, not down, a ton of gold. Just, I think, one plate it might have been. There is a little bit of a gold advantage off of CS and maybe a plate, but a bit hard to read. I think it was just CS advantage, so nothing too crazy. Pretty even across the board, lead for Zika on the Renekton. That's pretty standard. This champion is very, very strong in the early game. So Weibo on a blank slate here. They've cleared the worries of the early game from last game. Hopefully we don't have any Hope triple kill, 2.5 thousand gold up after plates and cashback. Play it slow and try to take some team fights because it's so hard to get a look at a team and really judge how they, match up against another team in team fighting when the early game went as bad as it did.
Yeah, Tarzan finds JJ here, and this is a 1v1 that he likes his odds in. Will at the very least proc his first strike for a little bit of bonus gold. And feeling very comfortable on this top side with Xiaohu taking a recall and a low health bar on Zika. Tarzan going to get right up into JJ's face, contesting for the Krugs, and will continue to harass him and just be a thorn in his side on this top side jungle. He's got Shanks at his back.
Level 6 nearly hit for JJ, and it's really when you want to see this Vi get active. Kyle trying to hold the wave, but won't be able to. Oh, nice pick maybe.
Yeah, double snare comes through from Tarzan. Shank's going to get a little bit of a trade onto Xiaohu as well. This is a TP being channeled by Flandra,
We're
but
going.
It's 6 minutes in. This is the long TP. Flandra just now gets in here. Xiaohu had to flash, though, so I guess you're going to consider that a win. And Flandra's going to try to harass him even further.
It is really goofy. This, I say new, but it was all of 2025, right, too? This upgraded, different new TP that takes 10 years to teleport before before 10 minutes. Very aggressive look from AL. They use Realm Warp to try to chase and the TP from Flandra. Sure, he just gets back to lane, that's fine, but they take Xiaohu's flash away, putting pressure on a potential weak point that AL have identified in the last game and say, okay, we're going to shut this down consistently. We have Vault Breaker available here, or Cease and Desist, sorry. Cease and Desist is available. Could maybe go for a look, but JJ decides that it's not worth it. Wave is not in a great spot. Maybe you're waiting for level 6 on Arha and Elk. But despite a lot being used in that mid lane play, it doesn't result in a whole lot. No dragons being started up. Still a minute on the grubs. Nice trade here from Zika.
Zika taken pretty low, or Flandra rather, taken pretty low here by Zika, who is building himself up a pretty sizable CS lead here. We hear a lot about how snowball-y the top lane can be when you get these kind of favorable matchups. I think Renekton, one of those picks that really does just kind of build up a tiny little lead, and before you know it, he's like 30 CS up. We've seen it happen in multiple games already, and this is one of those matchups where if he gets an inch, he'll take a mile. He's just able to brawl with the Rek'Sai without too much issue here. Matchup that sustain with Call the Meek, and Flandra's starting to really feel that pain here as he takes poor trade after poor trade up against Zika. There's a bullet time in the bottom lane, though. Going to take Elk down to about 300.
I think both of them have used their adaptive force pot. You can see the red glow, so maybe looking for an all-in. Try to continue this going, but the supports will check each other. And maybe if Arha hits level 6, he can go for a Glacial Fissure. Grub's being started up.
Fight potentially breaking out here. JJ up on the top
side. I think Zek is too scary.
Yeah, he's fine. He's going to try to start on up these grubs, and Tarzan waiting for a little bit of backup, maybe going to pull the trigger onto Zika. Will find him up against the wall with his supreme display of talent. In comes Flandra with the Void Rush to be able to find that kill. Now Xiaohu next up on the menu. Does get a nice scatter of the week to create himself a little bit of space. JJ flashes in, finds an isolated Shanks, and makes the scoreboard 1-1.
Mistakes from both of these teams. Zika rotates down with ult, very strong, scares off all of AL, but Shanks slips into the brush, and Weibo don't seem to be aware that he's left lane. But then Shanks rotates back into mid way too aggressively, caught by the cease and desist, and really nice follow-up from Xiaohu, now 700 gold lead. I wish I could tell you who got the grubs, but I don't remember, and there is no HUD, so one team got some of the grubs, and maybe some team got other part of the grubs. I'm not too sure, but first blood over to AL. Weibo with a nice answer back.
That's what I'm talking about here. As 1-1 on the scoreboard, a slight lead to Weibo, and Xiaohu, exactly who we were looking for to show up, is at a solid gold advantage over his counterpart now, thanks to this Syndra counter pick and what he was able to get done in that last fight. JJ with a nice flash vault breaker to lock down Shanks after that brawl. And now Dragon might very well be in their eyes. Weibo already sending multiple members down towards this side. Xiaohu going to have to return to mid though, so it'll be a little bit longer before we actually see that objective started off.
Got my eyes on this Rise champion over the first week and watching it as it progresses. I'm not sure like where it's rated. I guess, you know, it's not as good as Azir, it's not as good as Orianna, but after that it seems really strong with this new actualizer item, the one that makes your mana do more damage, or your abilities do more damage and cost more mana, be more mana effective, which is obviously really, really good on Rise. But it just seems that there are some matchups that Rise can't really play that well. He's very short range and prefers to be in a side lane rather than just in a straight up team fight. Azir and Orianna do better in that. Nice flash.
Oh, but a nice scatter from Xiaohu going to stop Tarzan from closing the gap. And, you know, despite the fact that it doesn't have inherent synergy with the Vi, that's why you like it into champions like the Qiyana. Scatter the Weak is doing a lot to stop that Qiyana from making her way on in, and Tarzan's gank just kind of fizzles there. Shanks used Flash for that.
He did try to get the root off. Has Ghost as well, something that we've been seeing our mid laners pick up a little bit more. Some Talias and Cassiopeias, I think, as well. Just taking the combat summoner. Realm Warp behind the turret.
Shanks going to be immediately knocked up by the Glacial Fissure, but they're going to take the engage onto Arha, and Arha will be the first and perhaps only person to drop in this fight, as the Scatter of the Weak from Xiaohu is a little short onto Hope. Now they get free time to pound away at this tower, but Flandra getting collapsed on the other side, but he's got multiple little tunnels to go through here to create additional space. There's nobody waiting for him in mid. Flandra's home free.
He does lose the full wave, which does feel bad, but, I mean, if you were going to stay in top lane, you would have died and lost the wave anyway, so should be able to grab some XP at least, which is pretty nice, and able to open up that first Drake as well, as some of our quests are being completed, but it's kind of what I was talking about Xiaohu needing to have a really good performance on this Syndra game. It's primed to take over this game. Really nice reaction. Is able to push back Tarzan. You were talking about the matchup. And the pivot from AL is great. Immediately they say, well, this is never happening, so let's just ult bot, and they get a nice kill. 2 kills now to AL. That kill went to Tarzan. Flandre living in the top side. They get the first dragon. This Qiyana champion, someone who really needs to get off to a gold lead, needs items. It's an assassin, right? They're all very gold dependent, as opposed to something like a Vi, where she really just needs, you know, Sundered Sky, maybe Black Cleaver, GA feels okay, but more often than not, you're playing the team fight, you're playing the macro game. Tarzan having the goal lead for his team, and we saw what he did last game and how he drives this team forward. See what he can do this game.
We'll have to find out. So they are going to once again be looking towards Shanks in mid lane. JJ channeling the Vault Breaker, stun connects, but he's close enough to the turret that JJ doesn't want to tussle, and knows that they will not be able to finish off that Rise in time. Catalyst plus the Merc Tread's going to make him a little bit tankier and going to make him not able to be finished off. Mid lane quest already done, though, for Xiaohu. Does give him that Boots upgrade and gives him a little bit of an additional advantage over Shanks, at least in the short term, until he himself is able to upgrade the Merc Treads. It's another one of those upgrades that has just been so popular and so powerful with the new mid lane changes. The magic damage shield. When you're landing up against a mage, it feels very, very good.
I mean, not only is Mercred's really good into Syndra in general, right? Like, you don't get as CC chained by the Scout of the Week, so you can maybe move out of the way of the rest of the damage, you can play the fight. But look at the game that it's in. Culling will come out, but that should all be it. Tarzan's rotating down, so Weibo take a decent trade, generate some plyo in the bot lane, but because Hope has this BT, it doesn't really mean anything, so the ult goes completely to waste there. But look at the comp. Renekton has a stun. Okay, you'd maybe want plated steel caps against him, but Vi has good CC, right? The Tenacity's making work there. Obviously, into the Syndra it feels great, and into a Braum. So Merctred's value is super strong in this game. Ra's been going to Merctred's for a while, but there's upgraded boots, Gordo, where both mid laners start with boots first to make sure they have them for the upgrade. It's a free upgrade, right? So super strong.
Yeah, feels real bad when you don't actually have the boots ready by the time you finish your quest. You definitely feel like you're leaving a little bit of value on the table. Kyle making his way up towards the top side, going to get found by JJ, who was waiting in that long brush, but not enough to actually be able to force Kyle off the play or take him down. Scout of the Week not going to find its mark either, but the river belongs to Weibo, and JJ will claim the scuttler.
I'm a big believer in getting your Lucian into mid lane as early as you possibly can so that you can generate mid prio. That's kind of the only thing that Lucian does super well towards the late game. He's a really good mid game skirmisher, but he can constantly generate mid prio, use the culling to kill the wave, rotate first to objectives. Hope has to cleanse and flash. Is he still dead?
Ooh, Hope. One shot by Xiaohu, and that will be an advantage cross map, but AL going to try to pull the trigger on the top side to make it good for them. They do manage to take down Zika, and it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade across map when all is said and done.
Well, we want Xiaohu to step up. That's a really good start. He has the only gold lead for his team, and it's 1,000 gold. That's pretty good. But AL on the top side, again, playing these team fights super well, calling the targets. They're so synergistic. And again, 100% kill participation on Tarzan. He's moving forward with his team now, 2 items up. We take a look back. We didn't get to see the start of this as we were focusing on the Xiaohu fight, the 1v1 down there, but it really is just AL moving forward. They engage onto Zika and they're just there first. That is what it is, right?
It is.
Weber have to get out. Aha isn't there. JJ goes over the wall. Instant snap onto Zika and he falls down.
Yeah, really good stuff there from AL, making sure that they do not begin to fall behind. And in fact, they're even growing their lead here. They're about 1K ahead while Hope was getting picked off. They're about 3K ahead now, thanks to that first turret and the second turret while they're at it. Now Tarzan going to be able to lock down Arha. He will be able to get away with the flash. That's just another summoner spell blown for very little effort from the AL side.
Dragon is up. Weibo do have control of the river, and their mid lane is pushed. Again, Lucian, one of those champions that generates the mid prio, but Zika in the top lane, no TP. Flandra will be able to take the Hex Gates back, or not the Hex Gates, it's not Hextol. He'll be able to make it there on his own quicker regardless, as Zika's only now reset. Tarzan does have the supreme display of talent to get into this fight, but Xiaohu, this is a fight you need to be able to win. Weibo have conceded all prio.
Definitely have, and that means if they don't change something about that very soon, they're not going to be able to get over and get involved in the Dragon at all. Shank's going to be able to lock down Arha over the wall. Nobody actually started the Dragon here, so Weibo actually find their pathway on in. Tarzan was clearing out his camps, now going to regroup with the rest of the squad. Jumps over the wall, looks for a supreme display of talent, finds it out of 2, bullet time on top, Arha down, and JJ forced to flash away. Flandra coming in on the flank, not even going to have to pull that trigger as Weibo are routed, and it will be AL moving on towards the Dragon.
I love how AL play these team fights. They're playing for small wins. They pick the support. Now there's nothing to stop you from us engaging on you a second time. They're so quick to the punch. They're so quick to these fights. They're all on the same page with the target. Tarzan again leading the charge. Realm Warp in.
Now going to look to see if they can just find a lockdown onto Xiaohu. He is able to get himself out. He will be able to hold on to the turret plating here in mid. They don't actually get their crystalline overgrowth pop, but that's just a small denial. from AL. AL having gotten that second dragon means they're still stacking up the scaling. They get themselves another kill worth of gold. This is tons of money going over the way of Tarzan in particular this game, who is well set up to perform on this Kiana.
And they chunk him down, and then they go immediately back on. It's a small win into, okay, Weibo aren't respecting what we've done, and then they immediately charge forward onto Arha. 2 Drakes now Ocean Soul this game, which feels pretty good on the Rec side, good for any long extended fights, but AL have so much burst that they don't even need the long fight, right? They're just interested in one-shotting. There is consistent damage with Ryze, but for the most part, it's this team fight. AL, again, maintaining this Tar-based style draft with the team fight focus, and they're executing extremely well. Hope now 2,000 gold up. Tarzan remains 100% kill participation. The only one outside of Shanks that has that. Tarzan, invisible here.
Ooh, actually went in the other direction. Was threatening, keeping them on their toes.
Baited by observers.
As always. And AL, yeah, they're still just posturing up in the face of this Lucian Braum, who hasn't really been able to hold a good MF down. Hope up 2,000 gold individually. And how some of these fights have played out. That last bullet time was massive. They are going to be able to get some lockdown onto Kyle, but it's right as Shanks arrives to provide backup. So not like Elk and Erha are really going to be able to enjoy the exchange while it occurs. Therefore, it'll just be that exchange of support ultimates and not much else.
This is 5 people in mid lane right now. Herald is being driven in. Weibo won this tower.
Shanks is waiting on behind, though. JJ going to be the one who actually gets locked on down, but he's able to dish out just as much as he takes. Kyle very, very low. Flandra finally arrives, but it's a little bit late to the party. They got about 4 plates down in mid, but they won't quite finish off the tower. And the Baron has spawned, but surely Weibo aren't going to look to start it this early unless they get a lockdown on Tarzan. One shot with all of Weibo's power, and the kill credit goes to Xiaohu. JJ going to get traded onto, though. Hope going to be the one to finish that one off. It's a 4 versus 4 on the map as Zika TP's in.
It's a really nice shutdown. Again, Xiaohu, the only member with kills on his team, the only member with a gold lead. Tarzan caught a really nice scout of the week over the wall, finds him. But JJ has to go too far to get the kill and it's traded. So, yes, it's some gold over to Xiaohu, which does feel great. All right, has 2 items completed, but it won't result in anything else. No map pressure, no objectives were up. We can't do Baron at this stage of the game. So Weibo maybe found a way in, but immediately the door was closed. If we take a look back here, it is just blind, isn't it? It is blind. Oh, he's just spotted. Xiaohu immediately goes for it. Really nice punish from Weibo. The bullet time blocked by most of the shield. But yeah, because JJ has to go forward, unfortunately he has sacrificed. The TP from Zika was used as well. There's nothing Weibo can do.
It was not a very long TP from Zika either, and doesn't end up making a difference in the fight. He may want that one back. But another kill onto Xiaohu.
Ooh,
up
what?
1.2k individually. That's nuts, man. I don't like to see that. I wish the observers had just kept that one between them.
That's a disgusting ward position. Unfortunately, the control ward just doesn't see around that corner. There's like 1 pixel of rock.
If someone tells me something about elevation and how that's the reason for it, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, that's blue side, bro.
I have no patience for it.
That's blue side being OP right there. Not first pick. That's blue side map.
Perhaps, AL have prioritized blue side, given both choices this series, right? They had first selection, and they took blue side, and then Weibo chose first pick, and AL said, all right, we'll take blue side again. So
I am surprised that, yeah, again, I really thought that everyone would just want side selection, but the fact that teams like AL are willing to take blue side means that, they've obviously practiced. They know that there is a reason that they want it. Maybe it's because of the comp that they wanted. They wanted it for Jarvan, but Dragon's up. 2 Drakes already over to AL.
Tarzan looking for an angle in. The Dragon taken to about half HP. AL already so ahead in gold, going to look to play for the gold once again here. So that Dragon will be smited on down. That's going to delay their ability to get onto any kind of soul. I really thought that was going to be a trigger pull onto Elk. The snare connects from the Q, but they do not take the display of talent in. So, Weibo successfully complete a heist. They get themselves Dragon.
Yeah, very nice answer here. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, the HUD's updated. We have grubs. It's just after the quests go down. I didn't know that. Has that been there the whole Has that been there the whole time, or is that recently updated? Surely not, right?
No, I looked. I even checked.
Someone's going to have to tell me, because I feel like I'm going crazy. I made a claim about it this game or game one about
you
not knowing who got the grubs.
You mentioned it in game one. I looked. It wasn't there. You're not crazy,
yeah. It's here now. It's all
Don't
right.
second guess yourself, my friend. You've got this.
WLPL production, if that's the case, if they saw that and was like, okay, it's time on a Tuesday, week 2, that we update the graphics.
My goats. They're able to get on out of this one. And so, Arha going to be, with his one grub in tow, clearing out some tunnels from Flandra, making sure he's not going to be able to be lurking too far behind them, as this Baron going to become a big focus for the next few minutes, at least until that next Dragon is up and available. We do have a little bit of calm compared to the pace of the rest of this series for now. Gibetto is either side looking to pull the trigger. AL, of course, up to a comfortable gold lead, but finding those engage angles has proven difficult for them. A lot of 1-for-1s as of late.
Again, the Lucian ult is used for some prio here. Flandra uses the one plan to get away. Very nice. Still, no objectives up that are really doable, right? You can't do Baron with an MF at this point. You can't just rip it like they did in game 1 with a Corki and an Azir. It's just not happening. But even though the gold lead isn't increasing, it's still 5,000 gold. This tower should break eventually. AL have full control over the map. Engage.
Yeah, they are going to use the cease and desist on Flandra, and he will be the first one to fall. A minute without a top laner for AL. Nice pick found by Weibo. Costs them 3 ultimates in total, but they do earn themselves the numbers advantage, and they're going to look to push for more. Scatter the Weak lands onto Kael. Xiaohu will throw out the unleashed power to chunk him to half. That's another ultimate now down, but will AL go in towards this fight without their tanky Rek'Sai front line? The Baron going to get started up. Weibo going to bet no. Zika going to spot Tarzan on the side. Kael going to charge forward. Arha throws up the shield, backs on away towards the rest of the team. Scab the Weak lands onto Shanks. Zika still looking for an angle to get this fight started, looking to punish them inside this tight choke, but Shanks ghosts towards him and pushes him back away. Baron now down to half HP. Tarzan waiting over the wall. They're going to try to flip it. Tarzan is in there, going to try to back on away as the Magnet Storm comes down from Kael, and the supreme display of talent finds 2. Baron falling lower and lower, smited on down, and goes the way of Tarzan, and AL with the rest of the members now ready to be cleaned up. Flandra has rejoined the battle. JJ just trying to buy space for the rest of his squad, but the Rek'Sai will hunt him down alongside Shanks. AL find the ace.
And you blink, Gordo, and the game's just over. It's a 7,000 gold lead. Look at how many towers there are left. This map control going to go fully over to AL. That was Weibo's chance. But the same way that AL can't burn the Baron too fast, neither can Weibo. They get wrapped around by Shanks. Flandra has time to come back, and there's just nothing that they can do. Now, look at these massive gold lead continuing to explode. Not only do Weibo lose the fight, but they lose the Baron as well.
I mean, what a smite here from Tarzan. There's so much popping up on the kill feed. It wasn't immediately clear who even got it, but you see that buff on AL's side. Trying to find a fight angle, and it's kind of split here, but Shanks is in such a good position.
Shanks. Yeah, really nice position from Shanks. He was there the whole time, right? He pushed out Zika from the top side. Flandra doesn't even need to be here before the fight is won 4v5. And one of the biggest reasons this is there were no ults for Weibo. They used everything for the pick. Only ult was Zika, and he was chunked down, outranged, and now look at Rive.
Yeah, looking for another fight here. Arha will be finished off by the bullet time. And it is another 5 versus 4 for AL, and they're looking to collapse onto Xiaohu, full sending the entire crew towards the one member of Weibo who's been able to generate a little bit of gold for himself. And they will take down the last inner Zika. with a little bit of rage splitting up on the top side, finally going to TP over to try to rejoin his team. Will it be too little too late to save the base? Kyle absorbing damage like it's nothing. Elk taken down below half, and they're not going to slow down here. They've still got the Baron at their backs. They're going to start to work on towards the final inhibitor turret, or this bot side inhibitor turret. Zika going to get focused on down. Hope going to be able to claim that kill. Inhib going to fall. AL have successfully busted open the base.
They're not even concerned with the Dragon at all. They know that the Ocean Soul has no impact on this game. They're 11,000 gold up. That Baron was the game. There's nothing Weibo can do. This is shut.
Yeah, they're going to try to close it on out here, waiting on a couple more cooldowns. Arha trying his best to frontline. It's going to have to be something ridiculous from Elk and Xiaohu. EP in, here's Shanks with the Realm Warp. He's up a little bit too far. He's going to be the one they pull the trigger onto. Goes into the stasis, buys a little bit of time. Triple scatter the weak, found by Xiaohu. But the supreme display of talent to hold him down and buy time for Hope on the opposite side. Still, too much damage is found. Hope is the last one alive. He's going to try to end the game single-handedly, but there's 3 members of Weibo trying to chase him down. Hope going to flash back away. Arha with the unbreakable shield, holding it down. Well, Elk finds the shots he will drop at the end of the day, but the Nexus is defended by Weibo.
Well, they evened up the gold a lot. I thought that was it. I think that AL probably could have just ended the game. Hope could have probably ended there as well. He had Cleanse and Flash, decided to go for some kills, but it's going to be Objective Bounty Dragon over to Weibo too, most likely. It doesn't look like they want to go towards it. I'm really surprised that that's not an instant take. I guess they're worried about the super minions and maybe TPing in, but looking at this position, I think AL again they want to go for kills. They could just stand here clearing waves with Baron and end the game, but Shanks goes in by himself, no Flash, no Ghost, Zhonya's, and Tarzan is just tanking turret, so he gets caught by the scatter. Again, how much stock do you put into this? This is what happened in game 1 as well. They're 10,000 gold in the lead. They decide to send it on a fight and get some more kills, maybe farm some stats, and it doesn't go their way. This is a tiny blip in the radar of this series, and there have been a few blips, but AL back at live, full control. Weibo did not get the Dragon. 1,000 gold to Elk is pretty nice, but again, it's not going to mean anything. It's soul point for AL. Maybe they have to wait till next Baron. That's in a minute and a half.
Yeah, that was collector value for Hope, by the way. That's what causes Elk to fall on down there. But yeah, you know what? You get one of those games, Shanks. He did it in game number 1, pushed it up too far in mid. He does it there with the Realm Warp. But exposed Nexus, nearly all done and dusted. AL going to try to regroup for what should be one final push. They do need to take it a little bit easy with these minions, though. There is no more Baron buff available for them, so they're going to have to spin this one the old-fashioned way in a team fight. Can they find an engage angle that looks juicy enough for them as they continue to siege on this top side?
Yeah, looks like it will be the Baron, unless AL can find an angle where Weibo make a mistake. I will say one good thing, there's been no awful Xiaohu TPs this game, and he's played pretty well. Right, 4-1. I don't think that this game is necessarily a Realm Warp. They're just going for the Nexus. Okay.
Oh, no. Well, Tarzan and Shanks are here, and there's no stopping them. They're going to full send the squad to try to stop them, but Shanks is at full HP. They didn't even touch half of the backdoor crew, and therefore game is done for AL. 2-0 over Weibo Gaming. They will move up to 3rd in Group Ascent.
Yeah, they're just waiting there for the Realm Warp to come back up. They were just holding Weibo in their base by standing in a line out in front of the gates, and then, okay, ult's back up, let's go. Really clean series from AL. Again, some funny mistakes, but I am not going to put any stock into those little blips. Maybe you could if you really want to be harsh towards AL, who are a team that are now 3rd seed. Again, IG can tie 3rd seed if they beat BLG, but I don't see that happening. I think that it should be BLG winning that series from how BLG have looked. Anything can happen, but AL looking really good. They have had some slip-ups, but it's good to see them in a really dominant fashion in this series.
It is. I think very clean play. Exactly what you would hope to see out of the AL team based on their 2025. Really, really strong play individually from Tarzan. but good team fighting across the board, a definitive factor in their wins, their ability to just eke out these small advantages time and time again over the course of the fight and come on up at the end of the day with the W. Very, very little to criticize about how they played out the day. You know, if Shanks does that in a closer game, then I say that. I mean, both Game 1 and Game 2. Maybe it's something that you're very, very concerned about. But, hey, if you wait until you're 8K plus in the lead before you start making silly plays, I don't think anyone's going to hold it against you too much.
MVP in this game is a bit of a tough one. I mean, you could just say Tarzan again. He had a great game on the Taliyah. The Kiana, not the Taliyah. On the Kiana. I think that Kyle had some great engages. Hope played well. I think it's an anyone's Pog this game. It's pretty tough. Maybe you just give it to Tarzan because, again, I don't know if he would have had 100% kill participation by the end of this, but the fact that he did in Game 1, if he has it again in Game 2, that's kind of insane. We'll have to check the stats, but yeah, AL now updated. We can see 2-2 in sets. Weibo go down to 1-3. I think it's really exciting how close this group ascend is. Having top teams be this close, would love if someone could take a game off of BLG. Then it could be, until that happens, it is kind of like we're a one-team region. But if that can happen and everyone's contesting everyone, it is a very, very fun look. Again, this split is fairly short. A double round robin, playoffs into first stand. So 2 of these teams going to be going. It's looking, you'd hope on paper that it's BLG, but could be AL, could be Jingdong. That would be a really fun change up. But all these matches are super important, getting into the second round robin later on. But yeah, I don't know. Weibo, they've looked good, but it doesn't feel like they can really find that thing that they need. In times it was Elk popping off, but they haven't really found their footing.
Yeah, I think it's got to be consistency from the mid lane. If you could have some good pop-off games from JJ as well. I think he's been a player that's looked good in the wins, bad in the losses, as, is not too surprising in a game of League of Legends, but getting that additional threat on the map for them, I think is huge, right? It's just so easy to know that Elk is going to be your major threat and to play around that for some of these top teams. That said, speaking of closeness in the group and what you're hoping to see out of these teams, yeah, BLG hasn't dropped a series yet, but, I mean, BLG's dropped individual games to both of these teams, right? AL is able to take a game off of JDG as well. So we've gotten to see individual games where this AL squad can compete with the top of the table. They are not able to find themselves a series win against them quite yet, but plenty of season left to be played, a whole playoffs at the end of this group stage, a second round robin of this group stage as well before we get to those playoffs. So lots and lots of games against those top teams left for AL and Weibo both in this winter split, even though it is the shortest of the 3. And want to see if they can turn it around, because I don't think it's set in stone that this team is destined to lose versus JDG and BLG in every best of series that they play for the entire season. It's looked close so far. If they can clean up a couple of things, I think they could get there.
I would love a top 3 really close BLG, AL, JDG. That could be really fun and good for the region. Again, it did not look good last year, right? Internationally, that was the LPL's worst year in a long time. LPL historically has been really good at MSI, with the most recent one being JDG in 2023. So the LPL have not won an international since 2023. They haven't won Worlds since 2021. And even 2024, right? BLG in the finals. There have been threatening teams, but last year, it didn't really feel like there was that one team that could contest, or even 2 teams. It didn't feel dominant. I would really love to get that back. And a good start of that is having a very competitive top 3. If these teams, or even top 4, can practice against each other, contest each other for that top spot, we get a very contentious year. That's great for improvement.
Certainly is, but for now, that is going to do it for our segment of the broadcast here at JBetta. We are going to send it on over towards our next series. Sure to be an exciting mid lane matchup as IG and BLG face on off. We will throw it to another break here first, but stay tuned. Plenty more LPL League of Legends coming your way this evening. Enjoy that, but for now, Sheveto and I signing off.
Tarzan MVP, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, y'all, to LPL English as we're getting ready for our final series of the night between BLG and Invictus Gaming. I'm Rafa, joined here by Alk. Shout out to Fools, who was originally scheduled for tonight, but he got locked out of an esports lab. So, Beep, whoever you are, you let your boy down, and I hope you feel bad.
Come on. Beep is a fellow student there at Winthrop, so I don't want to throw too much shade to them.
Okay.
All I'm going to say is that maybe we could have called campus security. That's all I'm gonna do. But for now, look, as we say in the business, the show must go on. So, still have a series here. We still have BLG versus IG to close out tonight.
That's right. Well, off the back of that AL series victory against Weibo, one of the notable things is that Tarzan now moves to 2 Player of the Series awards. Now, not many players actually share that honor. However, there's only one other player, and we're going to get to him in a little bit. But before we do that, let's go ahead and look at one of the opponents for BLG. It is Invictus Gaming, coming in, not necessarily on the blue or red side, because I can't remember off the top of my head which side they'll be taking into the first selection. I know you sent it to me.
I got you. It is IG. They had first selection, and they are going to be first picking. So we will see them with first pick. BLG will be on the blue side. However, we took a look at their roster here in front of us. And for IG, it has been a very turbulent start to the season. There have been games where Soboro, the newest import to the top lane, has had a lot of attention put on him by the enemy team, and he's had some really bad games. There have been other ones in this where Wei is really trying to pull this team over the finish line with an Mbessa jungle, and it has looked very dismal. So right now, I think Invictus Gaming is in a very similar boat to our top esports, where we are waiting for our veterans to come back. For us, we're kind of waiting to see if Mako is going to be returning to this lineup. And, I mean, look, Joy's been great and all, but this team is suffering right now.
The lack of consistency is what is plaguing the team, because at their best, Invictus Gaming has pulled out some pretty stellar early game snowballs. Some of the most feared, which is kind of crazy to say because BLG is the only other team that is kind of blitzing the early game right now that they are back to full strength. But when we look at Invictus Gaming, one of the cool threads that a couple of these players do share across the rift from each other is between the support pool in Jue and On, because when Jue was first coming up in LDL, he was on the BLG Tier 2 squad. Now, it's been quite some time since he has played under the BLG banner, and he's been on a journey around LPL, the most recent sit on FPX, and he was by far the most consistent and best part about Fun Plus Phoenix. Unfortunately, that kind of accolade only goes so far because Fun Plus Phoenix as a team last year was not that great.
No. And they also disbanded and left the league, unfortunately. So taking one of the world championships with them does kind of leave a big hole in the league. And Jue, I think for him, it's a big step up, right? This is probably the best roster we have seen him on in his entire career. And knowing that you have a player like Mako, like, kind of sitting back there, kind of reminds me of a player that we saw last year in Niket, who for a long time was sitting behind top esports and Mako. So, again, kind of a similar through line there. That's a player that 9 times out of 10 you're probably never going to be replacing, at least in a regular split. So for Jue, it's about can he really step up to the task at hand, and for his opponent tonight, On, a lot of fans at home are going to see this guy and say, why is he still here? But so far in 2026, this guy is looking like he's back in it. Maybe it's with Viper. Maybe it's the fact that they saw what happened in Demacia Cup and they're like, okay, maybe we can't coast all the way back to the finals. Whatever happened to him, it's good. I want it to keep happening for the rest of the year. This is the best we were getting from On early on.
On has had quite the stellar start, and I don't know if we can show it on stream, but while we're going through our pre-show and going through the graphics that we prepared on our site for LPL English, apparently on the Huya feed for the official LPL broadcast, they are doing a key player graphic head-to-head, and it is Wei versus Xun. So they are looking at the jungle head-to-head. Now, the funny thing about that kind of thread is Wei and Xun were both kind of in the same turmoil of
There we
BLG becoming the scapegoats for BLG's woes after 2024, having split time playing for BLG towards the second half of the 2024 season, trying to make a run all the way to World Finals. Obviously, T1, Faker Aura, Silas game happens. Going into 2025, Wei becomes the permanent starting jungler for BLG for the first half of the year. Before BLG say, we need to fix this, Wei, I'm sorry, you're the scapegoat. Beichuan, you're coming in now instead. And Wei had a big chip on his shoulder going into IG, and one of my favorite games with you, Alk, that we casted was the end of the regular season in Split 3, where Wei and the rest of IG were able to get the best of BLG towards the end.
That was an incredible series, and I mean, we can even kick it to the roster here. For BLG, it is kind of a big reunion plus Viper. It's been said to death here, and I think it is funny that the LPL main broadcast has chosen the jungle matchup. Obviously, infinite amount of storylines there between the two, but this really is kind of a redemption arc for BLG, not just here domestically and trying to pick up some more titles that they may have missed out on in 2025, but also to, in my mind, I think, recapture the hearts of the Chinese audience. They, after what happened last year, especially at MSI, and then going into Split 3 finals with Beichuan and Shadow at the same time, I think a lot of fans at home felt a little bit disillusioned with this team, that they were never going to make it, they weren't going to do that well at Worlds. There were a lot of stories and anecdotes over in Worlds 2025 where anytime BLG were playing, a lot of the audience was almost rooting against them. So to see them lose to 100 Thieves almost felt like the pinnacle of, we needed to change something up. And Shun has kind of been the vibes guy, while everybody else, I think, is performing at a top level already early on.
And BLG fans that have been with them since the Shun era are definitely ready to see him rise back to some of his peaks that we saw in 2024. We know that he is a volatile player, but sometimes when he is able to find the plays and it hits and it syncs up with everyone, it is the most cinema that you get with BLG. But right now, for the start of this 2026 season, by far the big standout, and it's probably no surprise, is the man in the mid lane with Knight. This guy has picked up 4 out of the 6 games that BLG has won Player of the Game. He now has 2 Player of the Series awards as well, which now is tied with Tarzan in the league as the most awards that any player has gotten that. And it has given him the first week Best Player award from the LPL.
Rightfully so. You mentioned it there, 4 MVP counts. I'm just looking at these stats. 45 kills in total, almost 900 damage a minute, 450 gold per minute, almost 30% damage share on his team. It is clear that Knight has immediately come to play, and he is going to continue his crown. It now means to me anyway that Tarzan versus Knight is going to be our battle for the best player in the league. And unfortunately for Tarzan, his team is looking like it's a little bit more faltering, and BLG continue their winning ways. And we see that even reflected in the rest of the weekly standings. They have the best players across the entire week, and it's all BLG players and Tarzan.
Schwinn might be a little miffed to see that he's the only player not from the BLG roster being able to pick it up.
If he picks up a trophy at the end of the year, he will not care. If he picks up at least 2 trophies this year, who cares about him being a weekly MVP?
True. But it does kind of illustrate where the league currently stands from the first week of play here in Split 1 of the 2026 season. Get a chance to see both of the rosters now exchange fist bumps. This is now going to be potentially a series that can either be just another BLG stomp, given IG's inconsistency and BLG's dominance in their first 3 series, or IG could do something incredibly funny and quite unthinkable for BLG fans. But the fact that IG still has JDG's number, despite the early woes of Split 1, who knows? Who knows, Alk? Anything is possible here in the LPL.
See, I'm all cool for some results-based analysis. However, I do not feel good in my heart of hearts saying that a JDG in 2026 is on the same caliber as BLG. I think that is that's stretching it. You know, that's we're really trying to make magic here.
Only time will tell. And given BLG's current form and the way that they have been dominating games, I mean, it really seems like they are back to their 2024 ways where, is their macro the best in the league? Not necessarily, but they're winning a lot of their lanes. They're smashing the laning phase, and they're being able to leverage those advantages into pretty much stomping setups for objectives. And then if they feel like, hey, this guy's caught out of a position, we're just going to fight you, BLG kind of hands checks you every single time. And the fact that players like On, that we've already highlighted, is back in really huge prime form, not only being able to win lane with Viper, but also being unlocked so that he can leverage Knight or Bin or just roam with Schwinn and make sure that they are also getting massive advantages on the cross map. I mean, the vibes are back for this team.
The vibes are feeling good. I do want them to hopefully pace themselves. They've been a little bit hush-hush on comms when it comes to talking about strategy for the game. And I think that does come with the fact that when you have a player like On, I really feel like On is for folks that maybe are less familiar with LPL domestic leagues, I feel like the closest similarity to a Western player is going to be a player like Mickey X. In domestic is going to look like the best support in the league at times, especially looking for creative angles and flanks. He's going to play with a lot of aggression, especially because he knows that at top level games you need like an X factor to really kind of blow open a game. We're going to be heading into draft here soon. I just want to see, especially tonight, what On is able to do here in these games, just because I think Jue is kind of setting up a path for himself to hopefully in maybe a year's time be that next up and coming support.
Because right now he's going to have to deal with currently the best performing support in the LPL, who just might be able to reclaim his throne at the top, especially in a world where Mako has not returned back to pro play. Maybe he will later on in the year. With the last ban coming out from IG, BLG are considering what they want to be able to pick up for themselves here. I thought IG had first pick here, but I guess BLG not only got first pick, but also blue side, so...
Wait a minute. Yeah, I
feel like
they
we
should
got...
have had... I guess they wanted to go for counter pick. So they had choice of pick ban, and they chose to go for counter pick, which means we're just going to have a normal game. Blue side first pick, red side counter, okay.
Holy moly, it is 2024. We're back.
Yeah, that's a pretty big change, though. I mean, Rafa, Orianna is probably the strongest mid laner on the patch. You know, also has a decent matchup versus Ryze. But we've given over Rumble and Nico some pretty big priorities, and I think two champions in particular that I would associate with their players. Saboro being an excellent Rumble player, and Jue having some of the best games of his career on this champion.
Yeah, you think back to FPX Split 1 of last year. That's where Jue started really popping off as one of the key factors to FunPlus Phoenix's success. So hopefully IG can recreate a little bit of that magic, giving Jue one of his best champions. Equalizer on top of that, and Wei, oh my goodness. If you think back to the IG BLG series we were just talking about, the end of Split 3 regular season, one of the most cinematic moments was the Wei Q flash prediction that it looked weird, but it worked out in the end, and it just, it was one of the best things I'd ever seen in 2025.
And the best part about it is that Danny, their coach previously, is now on BLG. It would be the best way to immediately flashbang him going into this game. He's just sitting there from the coach's table, and he's like, "Oh crap, he's gonna do it again. He's gonna go for he's gonna go for a level 2 gank on Vi." All right, well, so far we have gone through the first phase of draft, and I will say that BLG have gotten themselves, I think, some of the most standardized team fighters possible in the meta. I think also top tier in their role. Now, we aren't seeing a Corki ban quite yet. We have gotten the Kaisa away from Photic. That would be the next biggest priority in my mind. If we're not getting rid of that, then I think Corki or Aphelios have been kind of the go-to answers for this champion and still do a lot of great damage versus some of the range that the IG is going to have.
Could be decent callouts here. So far, IG are just trying to eliminate jungle options from Schwinn. Notice that both of them were ones that had global advantages with the Nocturne Paranoia and the Grand Starfall from Pantheon. So just trying to eliminate BLG's way to play the side lanes once assuming both Knight and Bin get ahead of their respective lanes. Although, assuming that Bin is going to get ahead of the Rumble as the Cassante is obviously putting a lot of faith, and Bin has been having...
It's Cassante. Let's be honest, man. Like, this champion has been OP for, like, the last year and a half.
I mean, that's
2
fair.
years, basically.
That's totally valid.
And all Saburo is going to do is go first strike and get his second item maybe a little bit quicker, and Bin is going to be like, cool, I'm still Cassante in these games. And I don't think IG have many champions so far that deal well with this top lane, so... It's kind of up to Rookie. What are we going to see? Are we going to get an Ahri here alongside the Vi? That would be the most aggressive answer. I still think Ryze is fine. And with some of the lower range that BLG are showing, it could be interesting. I don't know. I think this is a really explosive draft here from BLG, especially with a Bard now to potentially punish any of the mobile mid-mages that Rookie could have.
Well, what if he doesn't pick an immobile mid-mage? Gets a little bit of playmaking under his belt. One of the strongest champions that has benefited from the changes off of the Hextech Gunblade being added again. But we're not going to talk about Akali. Rookie saw Cream pick up the Yone the first time of the 2026 season and says, you know what? I can also play that champion. Let's see if he can do it.
Wow. Okay. I mean... Sure, I definitely feel a little bit more comfortable with Cream's Yone than Rookie's, but I'm willing to trust. I love Rookie, I've been a big fan, and I'm just hoping that this is going to be another game that we're going to be able to remember fondly. Because I think it's fair to say BLG are coming in as the big favorites for tonight's match in tonight's series, but IG, not only historically, but even in this season, have already given us some upsets. Just... the inconsistencies with their level of play has been rather worrying, especially as a Group Ascend team.
It's almost a shame that some of Rookie's and Wei's best games by the end of the 2025 season was against T1 in the World's Play-In Best of 5. And I don't know about you and who you talk to, but there's I don't know if it was like from a documentary, but there's some speculation going around that T1 felt like IG was one of the hardest opponents they played in throughout the entire World's run, and just almost a shame that we couldn't get IG in.
That hit the clip on us for no reason. They're like, they were so difficult, and we 3-1 them in the most disgusting fashion possible. I guess the other Chinese teams we would have faced off. The AL team, get them out of here.
Get them out of here. Well, let's see how IG can fare against a revved up and a seemingly back in prime form BLG as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 1.
It looks like they're... I won't lie, we are in LNG's home arena, but I did see a lot of BLG fan signs, so...
Yeah, low-key, I was waiting for the IG fan Gios, because I only heard what seemed like...
The Shy left, brother. They're gone. All of them are gone. It has been...
No. What do you mean there's
depressing.
no fans for Rookie? They still have
There
Rookie.
are, but the Shy... Remember, the Shy inspired an entire generation of players just across the world. So it makes sense for right now. But when we talk about the game here, Mark, early on, junglers are pathing to opposite sides. So maybe we get that Vi gank that you had been kind of teasing that we saw from last year. But I think in general what we should be expecting is that IG looking to try to punish early on with this bottom lane and look to maybe get Rookie a little bit out onto the map. Once he gets his first recall, I think this matchup versus the Orianna gets a lot better. It's just can we snowball a little bit with our double range bot lane? Can we get Jue around the map and get him into good spots to really play make here in this game?
Yeah, you really are relying on this bot lane to be ahead of the curve and hitting that mid-game spike hard with your Rumble and Vi, because then your Yone is given a little bit more breathing room as you start hitting those crit item spikes on your second, third.
What is this fan prediction? I told you, the Chinese fans, they do not like BLG. They're waiting. They're like, until you win a championship and like you dominate all of the playoff bracket, we are not putting our faith in you.
They are not quite ready to believe in the return of BLG. Rookie, though, taking some very, very close trades against Knight. Looks like this Orianna still has about 60 mana to play with. Could just throw out a QW combo and see if that's enough to force Rookie out of lane. Just goes for the command attack instead and just letting the Summon Airy proc do its work. Schwinn has already completed a full camp rotation clear. We'll take the top crab. Wei goes for the bottom crab. And on with a quick roam is saying, hey, Knight, you look a little low on HP. I got you with some hot cocoa, and Rookie almost gets baited in, but Jue is there for the counter cover roam, but it's not enough to take out Knight. He will be forced to back on. Wait, Q flash over the wall. Do it! Yeah, baby! We called it. It's just like the end of Split 3 regular season all over again. And Wei's fist finds the mark once again. Schwinn forcing the flash out of Rookie, but IG are already there for the mental damage.
Man, Knight played that so calm, cool, and collected, saved his flash for almost the entire play, and then Wei comes on through at the very tail end of it. That's a very expensive trade, and while it is a kill that goes over to Wei, I'm just looking at the mid wave right now. It is in favor of Knight. Schwinn even gets to invade. Rookie never got that recall off, so despite the kill, this is a great start.
This should be a good punish. On does go down because Jue provides a lot of damage on the Nico, but now Schwinn, I don't think he kills Jue. There's still a flash available. Oh! Strike procced into the whip becomes lightning. That was clean. But unfortunately now Schwinn is way too deep. So he's going to donate a kill back over to Photic, and he gets a blue buff. Oh boy. PLG, IG already delivering.
A lot of trading, but still, I think BLG are okay with this. You had a turret plate here for Viper, you had that wave crash in mid lane at the same time, and you're still fairly in the lead here, right? I'm looking at the lanes. My Orianna is still up 300 gold. Shun obviously ends up getting 2 of those kills, so he's going to feel a little bit better versus Wei, and he has all of his camps still up and respawning. So it is up to IG to keep the pace of this game very fast early on, and using both of your summoner spells is great. I think it's a bit worrisome, especially for maybe these dragons that are now spawning.
We'll see if BLG can kind of ride that momentum forward. Some decent component spikes being picked up here. Tunnelers for both of the junglers. Tier 2 boots completed for Knight, so as soon as he gets that role quest completed, he's going to have Tier 3 boots online.
Man,
nice Q3 into the all-out. Oh, Soboro. He's going to try to flash over the wall. Nah, he knows that there's no way out of that one. The equalizer does nothing, and yeah, Bin back in Gigabin form. Rookie about to get solo kill. One more on attack. There we go. The wind-up doing its job, and BLG back in the full court press advantage.
Well, your soloings just won. They just solo killed their own opponents. At the same time, by the way, no jungle assistance. And IG, while all this is happening, are saying, cool, Wei is hitting the dragon. There's not much we could do at that point. That was also level 6 being reached here for Knight. Knight's already a level and a half up on Rookie. This is a really, really impressive start. Again, they got those trades early, Mark, but delaying the recall, staying out on the map for that long, meant that Rookie is in a pretty bad lane state right now, and that ends up maybe trickling over to these grubs, which we may get a time to talk about. I imagine that IG should still feel very comfortable to contest for them, but you need to grab these objectives. I think you need to be getting every early objective as this Invictus Gaming comp, especially with the advantages we're already seeing.
Yeah, because then that gives you the time so that Yone for Rookie is given the space to be able to scale back on up. Now, I guess we're just going to watch the replay of the solo kill.
Mark, let's be honest with ourselves. Do we need to see potentially the driest solo kill of all time?
No, but maybe the LPL observers wanted to look at the fans who voted 66% IG and tell them, do you really want to vote for IG?
Well, they can't take their vote back now. You know, I get it. I get it.
We're about 50 seconds away from Grubs spawning. As you called out, it's going to be a little difficult for IG to set up for it in an advantage state. Equalizer, Fate Sealed, and Cease and Desist will all be available, so these are all powerful ultimates. If Jway can get out of this lane, if he can hit level 6 before those Grubs spawn, that makes IG's chances of contesting it even better. That being said, it is very difficult to try and set up for them if your solo laners are losing the push and getting shoved in by their counterparts.
Now, I 100% agree with you. I wish you would apply this to when we play solo kill together. Oh my god, it almost happens again. And he gets the plate, so just an embarrassment of riches going on in the mid lane. Almost an 1,000 gold lead between Rookie and Knight at 8 minutes. Does Wei get spotted here? This is perfect vision. Shun stops doing the grubs, and it doesn't matter, because Jway should already be here. They're late for this play. They might get 2 on the rebounds afterwards, but, I mean, Kasante's just going to trap Rumble.
I think Jway did hit level 6, so they have to be careful about this Pop Blossom engage. They just look for On, and On just gets found out. One of the grubs is secured by Schwinn, but the Pop Blossom deflected by Schwinn! Crescent Guard at the perfect time, and now he dashes back in, forcing the flash out of Jway. Oh my goodness, Schwinn at peak form once again too, and Bin looking for another solo bolo added to the headshot record. Giga Bin is walking Saburo down.
There's that Bin Sante coming on through. You don't even need the Orianna Shockwave to automatically nullify. Get this advert out of here. He left the team, guys. Come on. He's not even playing this split. It's a Wild Rift ad, but yeah, like BLG are just hammer and fist all over in these side lanes right now. And with Shun getting all of the gold, I think this is incredibly problematic here for Invictus Gaming. We are losing so much in the mid lane. Rookie has 60 CS at 9 minutes. Knight is hitting Chovy levels right now. He's literally sitting on 10 at this moment. So I don't know. Like if you're suppressing Tab, everybody else for IG is doing fine, but this deficit in the mid lane is becoming massive. And you know, you're supposed to on one item be really powerful as this Yone. Maybe there's something that we could see, but Knight still hasn't used his flash this entire time.
He's only died once to the stray Q flash from way over the wall. I guess we could get to see another solo kill.
This is mean. This is mean. This kid is super young. He's a new player. Okay, good. Let's go bully the other player. Let's go bully Jway on the other side of the map here.
Unfortunately, Rookie does not get to step up further in the wave as 3 players from BLG push him off and continue giving Knight more pressure, more support so that he can continue snowballing his lead. I mean, he's going to be able to pick up his first item spike very relatively soon. Now ahead, 1.4K.
That's massive, right? Like, he's literally the entire gold lead for his team, and we'll try to move on. The last thing I will say is that thankfully for IG, the bonus experience that you usually get from maybe something like top lane, not available in mid lane. So the experience lead we see here is probably going to be the experience lead we see for most of the game. If this was top lane and he had already completed the quest, this would have been a done game in my mind. Because then you're down 2-3 levels, the flat XP, the bonus experience you're going to be getting for the rest of the game, pretty nuts. So we're seeing a contest for the second Dragon. I feel like Dragon stacking at this point is kind of the one way IG can hopefully dig their mid laner out of this pit, but the priority for mid is too much right now. Rookie cannot step into Fog of War when he doesn't even know where On is, much less Knight. Oh.
That entire pocket is completely blanketed in darkness. And Schwinn is lurking around any corner. You have to imagine that IG just have to rely on their bot lane to get pushed first before they can start face checking. Schwinn with On are able to get the crab for continued fission and just denying it further from IG. And with Rookie being chunked out to 50% HP, he might just take a base here. No teleport available, so this has to be surely a BLG secured dragon.
Do you know how scary you have to be as a team that, as IG, are saying we have Pop Blossom, we have Cease and Desist, and we are not willing to fight for this objective, right? Like, they didn't have the perfect vision, but Viper was also on a recall there, heading back from base. So that would have been a window where IG could have had numbers advantage, but the mid deficit is so huge right now that they're afraid of moving. Because if Rookie doesn't move and Knight ends up moving, then the game is basically locked at that point.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is a situation, Mark, where as IG, if you do nothing, you're going to lose. But if you try to do something and you fail, the game's chucked. You're going to have multiple big plays to come back from this scenario.
Yeah, the problem solving from IG is them communicating and having a conversation in real time. Guys, do we try and flip the game here, or do we wait? And the decision is we wait for everyone to at least have one item spike under their belt. Then maybe we will entertain a conversation about trying to get back into the game.
Everybody else is like, I'm doing fine. Maybe Saboro's feeling a little worse for wear, but also, I didn't get to touch on this earlier, but it ended up going for the Arcane Comet instead. I do think this is not a massive error, but I do think it does affect how this matchup has been going. Just not being able to squeeze a little bit more gold out of the Cassante is a bit worrisome, especially because you know he's going to be equal, or kind of just completely nullifying a lot of the individual matchup. We're setting up for a bot lane dive. I don't think IG really get to protect this. This is just for Knight to hit and get one more turret play.
Yep. Just squeezing as much gold as possible. BLG, with the majority of their core from their 2024 days reunited once again, they are back to just putting Knight onto a side lane and ensuring that he is getting as much gold as possible and ballooning the advantage. We do hit a pause in the game, praying that we get back to the game as fast as possible. Would love to see more Giga Bin solo kills. I have missed this level of dominance from Bin since 2025 was kind of all over the place.
Yeah. It was tough. It was a tough year for Bin. It was a tough year in general for BLG. I'll still stand by the fact that I think that 2025 was unfortunately a wasted year due to off-season rumors about Shun and his eventual moving on to JDG for the year. If they had just kept him and tried to go for what would have been a, like a third year with a majority of the lineup, this time now bringing on Knight for the second year, this could have been the time. This could have been it, right? Like,
yeah,
this is with T1 yet again looking fallible. This is with BLG and AL. If we had both of them at full strength, I feel like LPL would be in a slightly different position, maybe globally speaking, in terms of reputation. But unfortunately for BLG and for Shun, we kind of spent an entire year in... It's funny because I want to say it was a pretty bad year, but going to 2 internationals and winning a championship is like goal setting for multiple organizations in this league and across the world.
I mean, 2024 was just a landmark year for BLG in general. The previous year, they had been able to at least go to their first international ever with their appearance at MSI and then Worlds later on. And then 2024, the farthest and the peak and full Chinese roster, which definitely speaks volumes about how far LPL has come. Unfortunate that they don't get it done in the end. And when you look at 2025, Alk, I almost equate it to like a half-ass rom-com plot where X is split up because of something they thought the others had said, and it turns out, oh,
we just
well,
waste
maybe
an
it
entire
wasn't that.
season. Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
You just waste like a full 12 episode season, and then they get back together at the very end. It's like, all right, cool. So we just did all that for nothing. Kind of like
All right,
Rookie.
Well, he's gonna snap back at some point. He does get a Q3 off and dodges what could have been a continue to all in, but Knight holds onto that shockwave. Might be the smarter play in the end, just so that Knight still has it for pressure in case a new variable does enter the fray on the top side. Rift Herald has spawned.
That's the variable.
Yep, there you go.
There you go. Variable has spawned on the Rift. Now, BLG don't really get to have a say on this, at least for now. Knight doesn't have teleport, went for the Ghost that we saw earlier here, but Bard just kind of sitting in this river. We're already getting the head-to-head stats right now, and 2,000 gold at 15 minutes is really insane. We usually do see mid laners stay on side lane, try to accumulate gold so that they can set up for second and third dragon on being like these really big power spikes in terms of items, but kind of wherever Knight is where BLG get to play. You can see right now they just get to muscle in on the top side, and IG are just clearing minion waves and doing camps. Not much else.
And I am a big fan of the fact that Knight has picked up Luden's Echo as his first full official power spike. No Seraphs, no other Lost Chapter item. This is going for massive burst damage. And with a Dark Seal in his inventory, as Knight does, he is ready to pretty much blow this game wide open off of the next full shockwave combo on a team fight. And that's why IG is taking extra precaution. They don't even want to face the possibility of getting wiped by a Knight level 2 shockwave now that he's past the 11 level mark.
And for IG, we see the lane swaps coming on through. This is better for Rookie and at best negligible for Saburo. He knows he's going to lose this turret, and if he walks up to Orianna, he will just get clapped. So let's take the matchup versus the Cassante. He went for a Kaenic Rookern plus Merc Tread, so he has no armor. I have a Blade of the Ruin King Yone. This matchup is significantly easier for us to play. Unfortunately now, for IG, there was a Herald that was dropped in mid, and while the turret hasn't gone down yet, some of that turret plate did go over to Shun, and eventually, one member of BLG will just hit these crystalline overgrowths and completely eradicate the turret. And now we're going to have the third dragon of the game. I think that BLG getting the second dragon is pretty bad. If BLG get the third dragon of the game, this is even worse now.
It would not put either team at soul point, but if BLG were to secure this dragon, it starts to put a timer on IG's overall game clock. Because then BLG are essentially 10 minutes away from being able to pick up a dragon soul. And IG are not able to really get as much resources for their solo laners who are behind the curve at the moment here. IG, however, doing some due diligence and clearing out the vision in this bot side river, so at least for now they are safe.
I really feel strongly like they need to contest this dragon, and it seems like BLG are willing to give it. On was on a reset there, and it's hard for them to connect through mid because IG have been really devoted to getting mid priority right now. So they get this dragon. I think this is a good spike because as IG, your champions are generally going to be spiking on 2 items. 2-item Corki's coming up. At some point in this game, Rookie will pick up a second item, but Wei's already there. So this is about the apex of kind of the mid-game, I would say, for IG. And they're going to need to continue to ride this wave. Now, Baron does spawn in a minute. Maybe they can try to go for a flip on that, but they have already kind of missed their window because of what's happened in the mid lane.
Fate sealed right onto Knight. He still has a Seekers if he needs it, but he just walks on out. Loses 75% of his HP, but he's chilling.
Still has Ghost, like you mentioned. He's going to back, and he does have cash back, so he's going to get even more gold from this. He's going to have 8% of however much gold the Zonia's is, so continuing with that 2,400 gold lead. On's by himself, thankfully the portal's going to save him for now.
Does Wei want to continue forward? Tempered Fate onto the main damage dealer. Cease and desist right onto the left, but the shockwave from Knight is there and blows up Wei. Here comes the rest of the BLG reinforcements, and poor IG were lured into a false sense of security and lose 2 in an instant.
If that is a false sense of security, Rafa, then I never want IG guarding my house. We are never letting them around any kind of safekeeping. That is what are we doing? Like, we're overextending. I get it. Congratulations to Viper as well over a 5-year career here in the LPL, or at least a couple of years spending here in the LPL and getting himself 1,000 kills. However, that was a really ambitious dive. You're going into enemy's jungle. You have no vision during that setup. You just took Dragon not a minute ago. You know Viper's mid. you know Casante's there, and you know like should somewhat be in the area. And if Knight did take that recall, he should also be here. So ambitious is probably the word I'll use for the broadcast. But he just gave over 2 kills, and your Corki lost Flash. That's really good for BLG. It's very bad for Invictus Gaming.
I think the worst part about it is that the 2 members that had a decent amount of gold and were the ones spiking earlier for IG were the 2 members that just died. So that's not ideal. Saburo, lucky for him, On did not guess correctly on which bush he was trying to TP out of.
So now the top laners are in the same spot because Bin had TP'd for the bottom lane play. Now Saburo TP'd out to not die in the bottom lane play. So it's a minor advantage here for BLG. They'll continue their winning ways. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 2 minutes. I don't think they're super worried about this. Right now what they want to do is just push out their side lanes, get some vision on the top side, because if they find a pick somewhere in mid lane or around this Orianna, that immediately turns into a Baron, especially now with the Fiend Hunter bolts having been completed by Viper.
Yeah, they should be able to shred this Baron objective as soon as they have a window to do it. As long as Wei is alive, though, they have to be a little extra cautious because they don't want to flip the game and give IG a window back into it. But a 4,000 gold advantage does make you feel pretty comfortable about taking any fights on even numbers. And if you definitely find a window where you have advantage in numbers, yeah, just send it, BLG. Just try and close out this game at this point.
He has so many tank stats, and he's going to be getting a Jock Show second tier. And it's been not super talked about, but the main addition to top lane with the teleport, if you have it as your initial summoner spell and getting a 30% HP shield, is ridiculous. And if you're going to be a Cassante, that makes it even better. There's Saburo's flash, and look at the timer on the top left, everybody. That is right before the dragon here. So when are we going to get a team fight, Rafa? Because the game has been so lopsided from the very beginning that it is almost impossible, I think, for IG to get a fair team fight now.
Yeah, it feels very, very difficult for IG. That early game was very exciting, but ever since then, BLG has just reclaimed control. Oh my goodness, the ghost, he's gonna run down Rookie. There's Wei over the wall. That's
oh my god!
Wei as he comes in with the Vault Breaker, that is just awesome. And now IG are full retreat.
Oh my god,
Bin! The flash and just pulls Photic right back into him. Oh, this is just pure sexiness coming out of BLG.
That's Knight knowing, all right, cool, so I can do whatever I want in this game. He wanted to test his limits a little bit earlier before. I am willing to say I don't think I've seen Knight flash for most of this game. Didn't use it on the first dive. We are 23 minutes in. I'd be willing to go back in the VOD and check it, but this is probably just another free MVP going over to the man in the mid lane right now. That's a Baron as well.
For IG fans, the consolation prize is they are now at Soul Point. The question is, will they even get a chance to actually claim Infernal Soul? Good dash by Rookie with the Soul Unbound on the Temper Fade, but a flash with the Cosmic Binding ensures that On can slow him down, but Rookie survives thanks to the Immortal Shield Bow. IG's mid laner does get out alive for now. This tier 2 turret can't say the same.
More gold going over to them. Thankfully, IG, like you mentioned, not just the dragon. Saburo does get the bottom lane tier 2, or tier 1, does hit level 16. So we're fine. It's just, now it really is all about this soul. So they even get some mid-turret plates. Okay, that's not bad. I gotta say, Rafa, a lot of this has been a talk about mid lane, but everybody else is within spitting distance of each other in terms of gold. Here we get to take a look at this. Knight has no vision. They showed it in the vision toggle beforehand. He has literally no idea that the rest of the members are here. This is beautiful timing. Unintentional, obviously, but for Knight, it just looks effortless. And then Bin flashes over, and there's nothing Photic can do. This was really Knight exerting himself and just showcasing that he knows IG can do very little to harm him, especially because he's held his flash for so long.
Knight does find Way in the bottom side jungle. There's a TP coming in. Will Knight be forced to use the flash this time? The shockwave pulls him in. He's gonna almost kill him. He flashes over the Fate Sealed, and he goes golden. I don't think Knight is surviving that one, but man, the aura farming was almost real.
Well, look at what else. BLG now get on the other side of the map on helping and supporting his mid laner. It means that multiple members, maybe Wei just dies here. Come on. I'm disappointed, but we could do better. Remember, they have Baron right now. They got some mid damage done. Cassante just shoved a wave in under that top inhibitor turret. So for right now, BLG are just doing their due diligence. Now they need to move their vision line over to the bottom side of the map, put it all over IG's blue side jungle, and eliminate and create a ton of fog of war for Invictus Gaming to chew through.
For what it's worth tonight, that was a lot of damage that he expended. I'm not
He saw
sure if
it was great.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had Shadow Flame at that point already, but he definitely has it now. Okay, well, this Shockwave is about to be a 3k elo Shockwave, let me tell you that. Level 16 on the Orianna, rank 3 in the ultimate. It's going to be a lot of burst damage coming out from the full combo. Bin just occupying and tugging Saburo a bit. Wei is in the top side area, and Ben says, you know what? I don't feel safe about this. I'm just going to TP away.
You're using a fair too many buttons on me. Maybe I gotta go. Maybe there's more people in that fog of war than I was
Something
expecting.
suspicious.
Yeah, so another, I think a small win here for IG. You got the shutdown on the Knight. You also got the TP out from Bin, so... But this is now I hope the observers do hit the vision toggle here, because aside from a lone ward on the, the Gromp there, it is complete darkness here for Invictus Gaming, and they want to fight over this dragon. They need to fight over this dragon, because I really, really don't want to get into a fight versus a level 16 Yunara with 3 items, and I'm still playing Corki.
There's only so much that Corki can do. But if he ever gets in range of the majority of these champions, Photic better be really damn good with his barrier and flash timings, because otherwise he just might get blown up. Now, BLG, they still have a minute to play before Dragon spawns, so they're going to clear out some vision on the top side, guarantee that Bin gets a free escort into that wave and sets themselves up, so now they can push as a 5-man unit into the bottom side and prepare for the Infernal.
Spent a lot of time speaking out about it from BLG's perspective, but for IG, we haven't actually seen too much. Cool.
I don't know why Photic didn't take the cannon for himself, but I guess Wei was.
Oh, Wei had
saying,
GA.
hey,
He had GA. He had GA coming up.
He wanted
purchase.
gold for the GA. Yeah, that makes sense.
But you only get gold from hitting the minion. So I hope our chat was filled with -1s there, because that was well deserved. that was one of the ones where I was like, yeah, I felt that one. All right, Rafa, no more lollygagging, no more fun to be had anymore. This is the part of the game that matters. This is Invictus Gaming's sole point here. If they can grab this dragon, a failed portal from on, but they're nowhere in position for this.
Rookie goes in with the soul unbound. Wei tries to brute force his way through. Infernal Soul is denied. Now BLG need to reposition themselves and make sure that they are on proper battle lines. Don't want to give IG any freebies. Trying to cut off their paths back to the mid-tier 2. BLG just poking them afar and just maintaining vision control.
So
Fade on the
the
2.
equalizer,
Just
okay.
shockwave right on there. On top of it, goes for 1, but they're able to use the Seekers to at least get out of there alive. Saburo does survive the engage. There's no more shockwave available, but a GA is expended by Wei, and he's the first one to drop, and now the rest of IG are going to be forced to retreat. Viper steps forward with the Arc of Ruin, does slow down Photic, but not enough damage. And the fact that shockwave was expended on a Seeker's target there. IG have some relief to be able to step up and contest them.
Oh, I can see some criticism here for Wei for not going in, but he doesn't have the Proto Belt cooldown at the time. He does have Flash. I think that was the best look that BLG would have been able to get after so much invested. They will grab the mid-tier tier 1, but there's a Baron now being threatened here by BLG, and they have no smite. They have no way of getting into this pit. This has to be a massive shockwave. Equalizer's coming off a cooldown now.
Sway's got to be careful, but if he can find a moment, Flash Proto Belt available for a Pop Blossom, he would have to get it onto multiple people. He's going to turn for it, but he gets interrupted on the way in. Schwinn secures the Baron, Equalizer over the top, but BLG members still stand tall with another shockwave right onto multiple members, and IG all hit the floor. BLG secure the Baron, and they're going to push in for the Game 1 win.
They've still got all of this minion wave to deal with. It's just Wei. You know some of the tendencies of some of these players, but do you have the wave clear to save your base? That is yet to be seen. I don't know if BLG are going to end. It seems like they're just going to go for some multiple inhibitor turrets at the very least, get themselves paid, and put this at a 10,000 gold deficit.
The Nexus will not fall just yet, but BLG are doing their due diligence and setting up everything necessary so that the next fight that is won puts them one step closer to closing out this game.
Boy, oh boy. We haven't talked too much about the bottom lanes for one reason or another, but a problem with this Yunara in this game is, as Photic, you are never allowed to step up on mid-wave because Fiend Hunter Bolts just means that every 50 seconds this Yunara can duel you, and that's pretty worrying. Dre tries to find a Pop Blossom. Unfortunately, it's only onto the Cassante, and while the Equalizer tries to be a pseudo smite for the team, there is just not enough damage available to Invictus Gaming. We wanted to see if maybe Photic could get it done. That wasn't going to be the case. We wanted to see if Saboro could get it done. That wasn't going to ever really happen here, so all but bleeding out is IG here, and we'll see BLG put the finishing touches on this Game 1.
I think Baron was a honorable mention for BLG because it looked like it stopped on the way of trying to make that Protobelt Pop Blossom combo happen. Didn't cast the flash to commit onto Knight. BLG now with the Baron on their side, making the siege. Rookie tries to feint for a Fate Seal, but doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Bin is on the left side, just ready to pressure when the moment calls for it.
So they're going to give up this inhibitor, and they're going to play on this, either this minion wave or the one that's incoming on mid, because that's basically last call for this game. Now, what I would like to see from IG is slowly squeeze the resources out of them. Dragon spawns in a minute, and the longer you can keep them trapped on this side of the base, makes it at least a little bit more palatable to walk into that dragon pit sooner rather than later. That is the Baron falling off in a few moments here.
Viper did pop the ultimate when Transcended. Has GA available. Tempered Fate on to 3. Oh, this shockwave is gonna hit! It only hits onto 1. The Zonius was popped by Saboro, but Schwinn is going deep into the backline for IG. Fate Seal from Rookie. Decent response, but just not good enough. BLG continue to pin IG back towards the fountain. Look for the last Nexus turret, but Photic, Wei, and Rookie are gonna try for one last Hail Mary before this game comes to a stopping end, and BLG finally do away with all the IG defenders. Wei looks for another Vault Breaker, and BLG are going to try to pad the KDAs as much as possible, showing that this game was never IG's to be had. GG, well played. Game 1 goes to BLG.
A very dominant win there coming in from BLG, and I want to say that was a fairly restrained Billy. I want to give them props. We've had a lot of concerns, especially in their first series going up against Weibo. We were a little shaky on them. We didn't think they were going to really win that series, but end up coming up in the clutch and winning out at the very end. This time around, instead of trying to forcing for an end with that first Baron push, let's take the inhibitor in mid, let's take the top tier 3, and then we'll move in and slowly choke them out. Wait for them to really have to make a mistake, because it's on IG to make the play. It's on them to try to break that game open from that state. And BLG showing a lot of calm, cool, collected play. I'm happy with that.
Like we said, this is the opening split for 2026, and obviously BLG's current record so far gives a lot for us to be happy about, and we really want to be excited for this team again, not just domestically, but once they get a chance to start contending to go to international competition again. And I don't know, Alec. I don't know if it's still too early to start getting excited for it, you know, way ahead of first stand coming up, because BLG has to be at least in the top 2. But if they are playing this methodically, instead of just kind of resorting to smork, we're better than everyone, smork, we're better than everyone, which completely valid at their height a couple years ago. I mean, who knows? Maybe this BLG roster in time will develop into a better version of the roster we got in 2024.
That is what LPL fans can hope for. That is, I think, what we have to be looking towards as we go throughout the season. Again, very early on, this is the 4th series that BLG will have played with this lineup all season. Right now, they are sitting at 7-2 in game record. They might end as 8-2, which would then put them at 4-0, which in a 16 group, in a double round robin, that is a very solid enough lead that we could also see what happened in Split 3 last year, where BLG got off to this great start and then just like slid in the back half of the season down to like 3rd, 4th place. So there's still a lot of room here for BLG to hurt us, but for right now, I think what we should do is be mindful, be present in the moment, and accept that this is good. We're happy with the level of play that we're getting from them. This is a top-level team that we're expecting to be first, top 2 here in this group, and they're delivering. We should live in that. We should soak that up, because it won't always last.
It's all about taking the small wins. And speaking of small wins, another one I'm going to add onto that list is how well Schwinn played today, at least for on this game 1 with the Xin Zhao. Because the opening week was back and forth. Yeah. Sometimes he went super aggressive and made the game unnecessarily volatile. He would always pay it back at some other point, whether it was the Nocturne game and being able to pull off a cross-map simultaneous 2-pronged engage, which was crazy that BLG pulled off, by the way, and then the Kiana 5-man ulti punishing the fact that anyone's legend burned all 5 flashes and trying to come back. This Xin Zhao game was awesome. Just the way that he was thinking through all of his cooldowns and then being super rapid-fire efficient with them. Also, shoutouts to Ben, who is continuing the Giga Ben solo lane kingdom as we return to a form that we've been wanting to see from this guy since 2024.
He played well. I think it is significantly easier to play the game. 1, when your mid laner is Knight, and 2, when your mid laner is 2,000 gold up at 12 minutes. That is just by and far away just a much easier game to play. And for IG, there are a few things that I would like to see changed. Not just the fact that we went for this R5 Yone and that got completely bodied in the laning phase off of an overextended play to kind of make what happened in the first. Remember, we go back to this. This was Rookie getting almost solo killed. This was Wei finding a gank underneath his own turret and then getting chased all the way down to bot lane tier 2. There is... This game got wild to start, and it got very boring for 15 minutes afterwards. So, I don't know. I'm proud of Shun. I think it's a very clear Knight MVP, obviously. But IG, I don't know how you fix that, because you had side select.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I mean, their last pick was the Yone, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately...
And we got crushed.
Yeah. Rookie... unfortunately just got completely... Oh, shoot. A lot of the words that came to my mind were not broadcast appropriate, so,
You're about to use the words we used during the storyboard meetings, aren't you, Squidward?
Yep. So, the counter pick did not work out in the end, and Knight continues to show that if he gets his hands on Orianna, he will run your lane. So... because of that and how game warping just having a mid lane advantage like that is probably merit enough for him to get player of the game, but it is nice to see that other players from BLG are not just solely resting on Knight to steamroll the early lane phase so that they just sit with their hands on their butts, you know? They're making sure that they're progressing the game forward off of the advantage that they get.
Hey, don't knock the sitting on your hands, okay? Sometimes you just got to keep your hands warm. We are waiting for a Pog, even though I think everybody in chat and their mothers know that this is going to the man in mid lane for BLG. And this starts a much longer conversation that we don't have to go through now, but BLG and Knight as the best player in the LPL. Potentially ever, but I think Xiaohu's MSI titles do put a little bit of a hamper on that for Knight. Okay, cool. As expected. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. It's just between the lane dominance and the aura farming moments of casting a shockwave, not knowing that wave was gonna queue out of the bush and just clipping him, that is some serious psychic damage being dealt there. We'll see if IG can bounce back, but BLG 1-0 in the series, 1 game away from closing this one out in a dominant 2-0 fashion. We'll see if they can do that, or if IG will pull out something surprising for us on the other side of this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between BLG and Invictus Gaming. And if you missed out on the first game, well, there is a very wonderful phrase that I learned from some Filipino friends when I went over to a Wild Rift trip over in Vietnam. And I think it perfectly described what BLG did to IG. It's called Kanino Ka Lang, Baby Girl. And that's all you need to know. I don't even need to translate it. That's exactly what happened. And specifically, Knight was aura farming on them pretty much the entire game.
I'm glad that we can show how diverse this broadcast is. We're bringing Tagalog onto the Chinese LPL English unofficial broadcast. Look, everyone
we appreciate multiculturals here on the LPL English broadcast.
I want to keep it. I want to be honest with the audience here. This is a series for BLG to lose. This is 100% in their hands. Now, Invictus Gaming have only been 2-0'd by anyone's legend. They went to 3 versus Weibo and they lost the very last game. They went to 3 versus JDG and they ended up winning that series. But BLG have seemed significantly more bulletproof than any of the 3 teams listed there. So, when I'm looking at this game, I think the things that I'm going to be looking for is whether or not BLG are going to keep themselves calm, cool, collected, and poised.
Yeah. And that's the next evolution for BLG going into 2026, right? It's not just about being some of the best laners in the league, some of the best players in your individual role. It's about then using that advantage and making sure you are constantly thinking about, okay, how do we press our lead without giving a window to the enemy team and being able to make a comeback, right? So, so far, BLG are showing that progression, and that is very exciting to be seeing it this early on, because that means there's even more time for them to continue applying that progression, to apply that development for the entirety of 2026. And if they continue playing like this, I mean, who knows? Maybe BLG will just be able to pull off a hat trick in terms of international appearances at First Stand, MSI, and Worlds, all in one year.
Very early on, I do want to make sure that, we got to count our chickens. Make sure that we're let's get through the regular season first before we're gonna ship them already off.
Nothing's guaranteed.
To first, exactly. So we're having draft ready as we get our players back onto the stage. We talked a lot about their opponents here, Rafa. I think it is only fair for Invictus Gaming. We had some iconic champions for the players that we have on the lineup, but the performance left a lot to be desired. So whether that means we get a stronger, more coherent bot duo, that could be something that we're looking for. They will have first selection as they were the losers, so hopefully they go for first pick, which seems like the overwhelming majority pick and choice.
Sounds good to me. Now, IG, I think the overall game plan of having a lot of early mid-game spiking ultimate signature champions and then trying to just get first to the setup and just press all your buttons together totally makes sense. It's something that you see all the time with newer teams put together. Unfortunately, as you called out, they didn't really get to do that often because the mid lane advantage was so massive that they did not feel safe on ever contesting an objective that Knight was around. So they just kind of they lucked out on 3 dragons and they lost everything else.
And 3 dragons maketh not the Nexus explode, for now anyway. We do have BLG back on the blue side, but like we were mentioning, I don't know, because we assume Jace is going to be permabanned, Malphite is as well, but Orianna's now gone, Yunara is as well, so in terms of mid lane, fairly wide open. Top lane maybe gets a little bit tricky. I wonder if IG are going to be leaning on more comfort. Again, that Ambessa is always going to be available as a flex, but has majority of the time gone over to Wei in the jungle now with some of her changes. And it's banned.
Yeah. Gonna respect it. I mean, listen, I know that Demacia Cup is now kind of a long streak away, and we're already into our second week of Split 1, but that final still remains to be one of Wei's best series that he has ever played competitively in recent memory. The movement that he had on the Mbessa and the Kiana, even the Jarvan. Notice how 2 of those champions were taken away from him in this second game, and BLG are slamming the Sion right from the get-go. Does Wei pull out the Trundle?
It is possible. Trundle's available. You've been a very big propagator of this champion. I am confused, Rafa. BLG got blue side, and they got first pick again. So, what is IG trying to counter with? Are we going to be looking for a Saboro counter? Are we going to be giving it over to Wei? We're going to lock the Syndra immediately, a good takeaway from Knight. But Azir is open. You still have Ryze. You still have Talia. If you really want to play an Ahri game, that is another legendary champion that Knight has up his pocket. So I need to see an explosive mid-jungle 2v2 that's going to give me some hope here in this game.
Wei currently hovering a couple of pretty strong junglers. I would be a fan of one particular one just to deal with the Sion. However, if you go down the list of champions that he performed exceptionally well in on that Demacia Finals series, Kiana was the second one. So he's going to trust in his mechanics and see if IG can turn this series around.
Oh, I know they're probably not going to go for it, but I do think Trundle is very disgusting versus Syndra. Like, Syndra with no flash, there's a pillar, and suddenly she's like, alright, well, how do I play the game now?
Yep.
We're going to get a misfortune. Very clear. Viper has been left to his lonesome on a lot of games. I think of his Jhin performances. Yunar is a great champion because it allows for him to individually duel. And Misfortune gets to kind of push her weight around with the Bloodthirster and just having those love taps and the movement speed. So this is a good enough combo to allow for On to move around the map, get him and Shun kind of getting action on the map, especially around Knight's lane. And the Alistar, I think, is a great pairing with this.
No angle for a Sylas counterpick since you already see the Syndra and the Kiana, the 2 roles that Sylas would most likely be played in. So, IG answer with a Nautilus for Jway. It gives you some point-and-click lockdown as well going into the second game. Now, the question is, what is the counterpick at this point being saved for IG? You have 80 carry left to pick for Photic and top lane for Saboro, but both of them are showing already.
I think this is going to be an 80 carry counter pick for Photic. I think you're okay because you know that obviously we've talked about it, the Sion is there. What is he really going to choose, however? It's kind of interesting to me because you know that you're going to this. Are we going to go for the Rex side, which we have seen Saboro go for previously? It was okay. I think Gragas is probably going to be Saboro's best next choice, and it has some good interactions versus the MF, who, again, kind of is going to be that big damage dealer for this team.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Alec. I mean, this is going to be a little out there. Still wouldn't mind just seeing a Trundle, even if you put him top lane instead. If you want to look for... Oh, sorry, I'm going to need some extra hydration in a bit.
No
but with a lot of the way that top lane quests works now, many top laners are not venturing out of not taking teleport. And I feel like Trundle is one of those champions that you could afford to just go for double combat summoner spells and just try to run an Omega split pushing win condition for IG and just say, look, we're getting clowned on in these team fights. Let's try and pull them apart.
I think Ghost is fine. I think Ignite is reasonable. We have a Gwen. That's decent enough. They're like, okay, maybe if Saboro's going to cook, that's probably going to be the most we're going to get from him. We're getting the Zahen immediately hovered. Whether it's not, it's a Malf or a Mordekaiser we'll end up kind of getting. What I want to see from Invictus Gaming is something that's going to either provide follow-up damage to a Kiana, to a Nautilus setup alongside it. I think Jhin is good.
Okay.
I think we can do better. but I'm okay with this. I know what you're gonna say, Rafa. I'm playing Jhin into Alistar and Sion. What can I do? I think that in this scenario, Syndra hopefully can kind of keep him off, and Photic is going to be more of a facilitator for the team. Let's get Wei and Rookie into a good spot here.
I just don't ever see the Sion dying unless Saburo picks up something that helps put the Sion a little bit behind the curve so that he's not able to hit those item spikes as fast as possible. And oh boy, well, we're getting a Nightakali game for the second one of the series, and Schwinn is starting to hover. A couple other junglers that could... Oh my goodness. Yep. Well, if you thought Akali for Knight is already terrifying, imagine what happens when you can't see where he's coming from.
I'm a little less okay with this jungle pairing. I won't lie, Rafa, I'm a little bit afraid. I don't think that Nocturne Akali have great lockdown versus some of these champions. They can chase a Syndra in a side lane, they can chase a Jhin, but in terms of getting down and, you know, in the dirt with some of IG's champions, I'm a little bit worried. Now, this could very easily turn into a game where, you know, Viper gets a solo kill or Knight finds a kill onto Rookie either early on or in a side lane, and then the game kind of just blows open from there. But I do really like what IG have. If they can get out of some of these laning phases, Zahen's going to be a great champion, Syndra's going to be great as well.
I would love to see a little bit of love towards Saburo's lane. I know Bin definitely got the better of him in the Cassante Rumble matchup, but if Wei is able to find a couple of windows early on, whether it requires him dropping camps or if it's just him pathing towards the top side of the map, give Saburo a little bit of a lead. Allow him to hit the first item spike before Bin becomes too tanky to deal with in the side lane. Then you can unlock a lane where Wei is able to play through, and you prevent this Bin Sion from being able to join up with the rest of the BLG squad when it comes to those 5-on-5 team fights.
Yeah, all about inevitability here. For IG, it's a chance at redemption here in this series to keep themselves alive, at least put them potentially in striking distance of a 2-2 record. And for BLG, they just want to keep that undefeated streak going, 4-0 in series, and with a win here in this game would put them at 8-2 in game record.
BLG would become further and further the uncontested #1 team in the LPL, and it is a fantastic way to really kick off our first 2 weeks of our first split of the 2026 season. And I know BLG fans are all eagerly waiting to see how it continues progressing as we hit Game 2 and Summoner's Rift comes to life once again.
It's so early on into the season, and the IG fans are already they're just being squeezed for life. Please. Cool. Interesting rune setups here. We're seeing a lot more people take cash back, especially the roles that get a lot more gold, like AD carry in mid lane. The double first strike here for Kiana and for Syndra. So I'm expecting for IG to try to leverage some of these advantages and hopefully get themselves to their second and third items just a little bit quicker than their opponents.
It's definitely a nice way to just try and make sure that you are hitting those item spikes at even timers, even if you're not ahead of the curve. On forced to use that Summoner Heal spell, just to make sure that he doesn't lose too much HP, but Jway and Photic have control of the lane so far. And then you get a decent size crash here on the cannon wave. Deadly Flourish right on top of On. Oh no! That's just a raw 2v2 solo kill.
They needed that, because if this wave didn't crash or they didn't find that kill, this wave could actually just be frozen in favor of Viper. And then the Nautilus basically has nothing to do in this lane. You can kind of either freely roam or look to go for a jungle invade. Instead, Viper's going to catch all of this. That is a kill going over to Photic. But both junglers pathing to this side of the map. I'm hoping we get a little bit more action, especially from our supports here, who we've done some part of the pre-show talking about.
Yeah. Now, I know I'm definitely not a believer of the Jhin into a Scion later in the game. However, if Photic is able to get a pretty fast advantage and start snowballing on the map before the tanks get all their armor and HP items online, I mean, IG might be able to pivot off of this game plan. Now, it's just one kill, but it is a nice comfort statement.
It's better than last game.
Yeah, it's already better than last game. Real.
Yeah. We're going to see just the scuttles traded. Shin doing the smart thing. Let's just not invade when I don't have priority on my bot side. Very, very simple things to execute upon. And it's just, the gold by itself is just 300 here for Photic, but remember, Viper caught all of this wave, and now it's going to bounce back here. So with home guards, with the strut passive, it is very easy for Misfortune to not only get around the map, but kind of abuse the early changes to this season.
Yeah, this is a rough position for BLG's bot lane to be in now that the wave is going to be slowly pushing into Photic and Jway. They're going to need Schwinn to be able to bail him out. The fact that Knight took Electrocute in this matchup instead of Fleet for the sustain, once again, I'm not a purveyor of mid lane matchups, but knowing that we've seen so many Fleets Akali just for getting through the laning phase before you have access to level 6, Knight says, nah, I win these every single time.
It's much better. And that was a very tricky scenario, because if, I'm going to hold this, On might die here. Very close. He's going to have to take a recall. If Syndra had messed up at least one more trade or had waited a little too long in that lane, Knight can just flash engage and suddenly that guy is dead. Or you lose both of your summoner spells. So part of the reason why you want to take Electrocute, and you just have so much sustain, D-Shield plus Bone Plating, you're usually going to be fine. I wonder if he has second wind, because if he does, then that just completely nullifies anything that we might see Rookie do in the early laning phase.
Jway unlocked from the early presence in the laning phase, tries to invade with Wei onto Schwinn, but he gets out alive for now, and On even tanks the Deadly Flourish so that Schwinn doesn't get rooted on the way out and take extra damage. But at the end of the day, no one really burns summoner spells, and IG just trying to find other windows where they can continue to squeeze the advantage.
I did my homework. He did, in fact, take second win on Akali, so he's 2023 maxing, or 2022 maxing. We're back to second win D-Shield. Omega buffs coming on through. But aside from that, Rafa, we're in a 5.5 minute game state. I think is an incredibly fake ultimate from Saburo, but does completely stack up his passive. We've got gold advantages for all members of Invictus Gaming. And Wei is quietly farming up, about to hit level 6 if he gets this bottom side scuttle. So that could be a pretty big turn. That could turn into Dragon immediately.
Yeah, it can be the single decider of this first big skirmish. Dredgeline, though, onto On. He has yet to use his flash this game so far. Has been holding on to the summoner spell. Schwinn coming over just to see if he can push IG off, but he's got to be careful. Remember, whoever gets this crab between the two junglers, yeah, you got to back off. Good use of the spell shield off of the Dredgeline. If he had pulled him in and then Wei hits level 6 off that crab, that could have easily been either a flash burned off the Nocturne or a dead Nocturne in the river.
Shin's looking for a camp right now. He needs 2 camps, actually, to hit level 6 from this point on. So, Ace going to go into his top side, and Wei gets level 6. They're not going to even fight for it. I was hoping that would maybe turn into a dragon, but I can understand some of the hesitancy, especially with maybe Viper having that extra time on the bottom lane wave. Meaning he could be closer to level 6 than his opponents are expecting. But, Rafa, we're just getting more full players. Oh my, another one. Remember, okay, I'm going to let you guys behind the curtain here. There is an LPL podcast coming out tomorrow. And in it, I felt very English there, we talk about Jway's laning phase. And I remember showing everybody in the storyboard meeting that the Jway flash engage not getting punished at all. Okay. Now we're just tugging at the heartstrings.
Low-key almost went for the punish. So, a couple big things. One, Jway, I think he was trying to Giga Brain predict the flash out of Viper. Viper doesn't bite. And so Jue looks, unfortunately,
A little silly.
a little sad. Yeah, a little sad and silly. And then because Jue doesn't have flash and Viper hits level 6, On just goes for the rip. And now Photic is down to flash.
Masterful gambit from BLG Viper. Do nothing, get both enemy flashes in bot lane. Beautiful. That's true tech right there. That's worthy of a Sheep Esports MVP post. I mean, look what happens. They tried to go for a reverse all-in from BLG's perspective. They get priority on the bottom lane wave, and this is First Dragon going over IG. Wonderful. Okay, sure.
Everything works out in the end for Invictus Gaming. First Dragon secured. Wei already well on his way to picking up a Profane Hydra very soon. Bin. My goodness. Well, you know, Sion is a League of Legends champion of all time where you are a tank and yet your base damage still kind of clowns bruisers sometimes.
I will also note Zehen early laning phase isn't the strongest champion, so it makes sense. And like you're mentioning, the base damages are just there. The Soul Furnace is very, very good. Already 350 HP there and has the Bramble Vest, so nigh unkillable at this point versus the Zehen. Regrub's going over to BLG does feel pretty nice. You're giving Akali a little bit more threat on side lane. This is going to be another Scuttle going over to Wei. But if this Kiana never gets active in any like real fights or whatever, which I imagine we'll see sooner rather than later, I think you're fine with the trade here as BLG.
Ooh. Quick feet and movement for Viper to dodge out on the Deadly Flourish as Photic had a 4th bullet in the chamber, ready to rip and take a huge chunk of his health bar there. I feel a little bad for Jue because upon that collapse of Schwinn in the topside river, had he had flash, I think he could have at least tried to look for a flash trade and put Schwinn at least on the back foot. Maybe not a full kill opportunity there for Wei to follow up on, but missed opportunities. So we want to call back for BLG. Both of their solo laners are biding their time and trying to get their items without too much deterrence from their solo lane counterparts, and so far, they are definitely getting to that point.
For Rookie, we're also farming, right? Like, we're getting our Syndra stacks. He just reached over 60 Splinters of Wrath, so he'll have his Q evolve at this point. Just means that he has more Orbs of Deception to use. And maybe there's something coming up in 3 minutes. I mean, we're still waiting for some of these plates. Bin's dodging out on Saboro, but he still has ult. I think he just walks him here.
Yeah, Grim Deliverance already used. Yes, Saboro does have the mini GA in his passive, but Bin, if he needs to, can just try and flash away from another tug of the W. Saboro does force him off for now, but Bin holds on to his summoner spells, and he holds on to the unstoppable onslaught.
Saboro's got to be careful. He walks back up for this wave. Oh, On has ult, uses heals, gonna get out of this one, doesn't use either of them, or just uses the summoner spell, I should mention. Saboro, we don't have it. We don't have it, brother. Maybe we do?
Bin did use unstoppable onslaught, and it wasn't enough damage for Saboro to feel threatened. Bin does back off for now.
Never mind. Bring me back the other game, because at least that time, like, we had a very defined game. There was, you know, mid was up and ahead for BLG. This is significantly more boring, Rafa. I was promised some action here.
Well,
Rookie hasn't even lost his flash yet. Like,
hang on. Wei was waiting in the wings, but Knight flashes away in time, and the cover of Paranoia gives him the necessary means to retreat and a simultaneous play on top side, killing Saboro.
That doesn't count. I'm not counting that as action. That was fake. A good attempt onto mid lane. Zehen, unfortunately, going to lose his life as Saboro is going to have to wait for that next wave. He does have teleport if he really needs to catch it here. But Bin's already acting first. He'll get back to the wave. He'll push this out, and then he can say, I can shift into mid lane using my ultimate, or just walking, honestly, at this point. And IG are now going to have to find a much more creative angle. I mean, Knight has no flash. Swin has no flash either, so maybe that's something that they'll look for. Whether or not BLG actually gives them the option of fighting is another question.
Yeah. does allow this Nocturne to hit experimental Hexplate, which is a big spike. Wei was trying to use that Profane Hydra spike of his own to find Knight in that pickoff, but unfortunately just not enough damage between him and Rookie, and covered Paranoia ensured that he got out, especially with the cast of the Flash. We are about 25 seconds from the second dragon spawning. IG are slightly ahead of the curve. Collector being picked up for Phoenix, Jin, and the Swifty Boots, so this is going to be a fast boy on the Rift. We'll see if BLG are able to minimize the threat that he has, or if IG can really leverage this to a second dragon without any contest.
I think you can. I mean, you've had this Profane Hydra. Misfortune, thankfully, isn't getting shown on the recall, but she has, again, so much movement speed. Is a completed Bloodthirster coming on through. It's a little late now, though, if you think about it. Invictus Gaming already hitting the dragon. We're stacking early. We are using some of the early priority from either lane matchups or some flipping that's going on. And that's creating advantages here for Invictus Gaming. So that's great. That's exactly what I want to see from IG. This is significantly a better game, early game anyway, from them compared to game one. And at least being a little bit more promising for a roster that we have a lot of high hopes for. Not just from winning Demacia Cup, but I mean, a team with Rookie. This is an IG roster that is in a little bit of a rebuild phase after last year.
Oh, Knight with no flash might be in trouble, but sure can backflip, gets him away from danger. And On was there ready to headbutt any threats that tried to pursue him towards the turret. Schwinn is waiting on this bush, though. Paranoia at the ready. On the left side of the wall.
Oh,
I don't think you can really engage. Yeah.
We have no damage. It's Shin On, and Akali is coming out of base and walking towards bottom lane. I was wondering why we had this lane matchup. Rookie's got to be careful. He has teleport. No. On's dead.
Okay. Well, he pops the ultimate. He still has flash. Which,
wow.
All right. Curtain Call, trying to find him, but Viper should be able to absorb any shots necessary. And On does get out of the cone range. Wow, this is, all right.
Are you feeling it?
This is what I'm going to say, Alk.
Yeah?
The entire opening week, On has had stellar games, even in losses.
Yeah.
This series is a bit of a underperformance so far.
Game one was good. Wait, hold up. Game one was good.
Game one was good. Okay, so the early laning phase, I was like a little bit iffy on. Later on, the Tempered Fates were awesome. But it's been a little difficult. But I'm still very high up on this, the way On has been playing this opening split. But I think IG is definitely putting him in a very uncomfortable state in these first 15 minutes.
Hey, the fact that he survived there is awesome, and IG never got to truly capitalize on the Herald right now. This is such a good spot. Knight has priority over Rookie somehow in the bottom lane. They are losing mid-tempo, but Shun is farming up. He's level 11, he's caught up with Wei, and Sion also has priority over the Zahen. So, unless IG can find an opening, whether that's maybe getting Knight to recall here, we're never picking up this Herald, at least for a short while now. And that's giving BLG time to farm up, which was, you know, a part of the game that we didn't really want to see, especially because we know Bin eventually is going to be very, very a big nuisance anyway for Invictus Gaming.
Well, at the very least, BLG, even though there was a tough war of vision that they had to try and make their way through, they're at least on the Herald. However, Jue and Wei are in the area, and they have to respect it right now.
Is this a leash? Are we leashing this objective?
On absorbs the dredge line, pops the ultimate once again.
No!
Oh, the Herald resets. And BLG are going to have to call it off.
I wonder if IG are going to go back and say, like, did we really need to ban Nocturne in game one? Did Shun's Nocturne look that good versus AL? The answer to that, everybody, is no. But
there's that one nice play, but it did.
And then
require...
I remember the Scuttle invade. I remember walking in the topside jungle.
That part did happen. Yes, that part did happen. But if you can't handle Schwinn at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best, and that's just how the matchup goes.
That's fair. Well, IG, they end up still grabbing the Herald. Dragon spawns in a minute. And I'll be honest, I put a lot of onus on IG to play the early game. They've done decently well for themselves, at least generating a grand of gold here for Photic. And now I need to see BLG kind of do the same. Like, let's get some of that clean team fighting. We haven't seen a 5-on-5 here in this game. We haven't seen a proper setup for Viper's bullet time. Now with the onus is a little bit on you, because there's a soul point coming up, and you don't have the best vision so far. IG do have a couple of wards still on the top side, but generally speaking, I would say this is still an IG-favored river.
It's been a really, really solid game from Invictus Gaming so far as a response to the way BLG came out and pretty much clapped them off the back of Knight's dominance against Rookie. Schwinn and Viper just trying to see if they can find an angle over the wall, but Wei does tag them with the grass Q. A little bit of extra gold with that first strike in his pocket. Axiom Arc has been completed, so this is by far the strongest point of Qiyana's gameplay and core build, because it's a lot of lethality, and if you start snowballing from this point, you cannot shut her down.
And IG, they get first say. They move into the river first. The mid waves haven't crashed yet. And Photic gets just walk back into this lane. They can drop a Herald if they really want to and kind of force the issue. There we go. It gets summoned. They can move it into mid. There's a ton of crystalline overgrowth on this turret, so whoever hits these plates is going to get paid. And now BLG are going to have to be second into the river.
Won't take out the tier 1 turret immediately, but decent damage. And like you said, it gives Invictus Gaming first walk into the river. BLG are going to have to face check into that banana brush. Wei gets briefly spotted. Rookie is over on the right side. Darkness for the rest of BLG. Here comes Sun into the middle of all 5, and Knight is there to follow up on the play. Invictus Gaming did pretty much everything right, but the execution is still going BLG's way. So Boro's trying to wreck house on the Viper, flashes after him, gets the first trade of the kill onto a BLG member. He's going to revive thanks to the passive. Curtain call from Photic trying to follow on up, and Saburo just can't get it done. Picks up a double onto 2, but the rest of BLG can at least answer back and hold their ground.
No dragon taken. Wei is going to come up first. Do they make a beeline for this? Photic and Jway can stay in mid lane. Bin can also stay and will have teleport. Knight does the same. There's also Hextech portals, which we haven't really talked about. That'll open up a lot of free map movements and make it a little bit quicker to get around Summoner's Rift right here. But in that fight, IG, they just missed a couple of buttons. That was an amazing paranoia from Sun. I mean, we can take a look at this again. They have no vision. On gets the Fate Light for the banana brush. And then Rookie can't do anything. The teleport's a little late, but this ultimate from Wei lands on a nobody from BLG. So, while there are some great buttons being pressed by IG, I think the setup was a little bit missing. And BLG just barely get away with a couple of these kills. Thankfully for Invictus, Saburo does at least grab 2.
Yeah, this hand pretty much saves what almost was a complete blowout by BLG. The fact that he trades 2 kills ensures that IG do not go home empty-handed. And they can at least try and set up for the dragon again as we get it in the picture. But Knight has solo killed Rookie on the top side of the map. Knight has TP. He's going to join the fight now. Perfect execution, not available anymore, but he can still try and lend his power into the fight. And Invictus Gaming are dropping like flies. The Grim Deliverance ends up just being a delayed, inevitably end for Saburo. And the third dragon will finally go the way of BLG.
These last 2 fights have completely ruined IG's game, and BLG now find a 3,000 gold lead. Knight getting a solo kill onto Rookie. He teleports into that play, and then we get a massive bullet time. Now they'll get the dragon. They'll get all 4 of those kills, and potentially 2 turrets in mid and bottom lane here. That is a massive influx of gold going over to Billy.
Photic's got to be careful. He does have Flash and Barrier available, but he's trying to use his pressure as much to try and stop that tier 1 turret from falling. Unfortunately, he cannot succeed in his mission. And for BLG, they finally find the window where the gold lead swings wide open in their favor.
So what happens? No stun? Oh, Rookie, we can't, if we're not going to use the stun to kill him, we can't use it. That is a tool you most need. Knock up onto the Nautilus. bullet time to kill Wei. Another supreme display of talent that looks like it is lacking all of it. I love the coordinated flash from Bin and Should. The new Willem combo of Billy showing off a little bit there. I don't know, Rafa. Like, we set up for the third dragon. I was like, okay, IG, you're looking good. Let's pop some questions here for BLG. But they completely fumble it 2 times in a row and have put their game in jeopardy now.
And listen, it is a tall task to try and coordinate a fight when you don't have vision from the paranoia. And unfortunately, Saburo is going to get a taste of darkness once again. BLG continuing to just hammer home this snowball. And IG are now running out of options of getting back into this game.
The solo laners are just clicking here tonight. Bin, Knight having monster performances on 2 very... Let me not say 2 very different champions, because Sion and Cassante are very similar. Maybe Orianna and Akali are different. That I'll give myself that one. But we'll be fair here. Still, they're kind of reaching some high highs. I'm not going to say it's that impressive to see them solo killing Rookie and Saburo, especially this early on in the season. And from what we've seen from IG, it doesn't seem like it's that impressive.
Oh no! Well, Dway had to go hunting for some vision and lay down some wards, and unfortunately he's the one that's getting laid down to rest in the grave. And IG was out on their support for another 30 seconds. You can see in the player cam how disappointed Dway looks. Understandable. This game was being set up so well by Invictus Gaming. They had a very clean 15-20 minutes where the first 2 dragons go their way. They're not being contested. Dway and Fodic pretty much just ruined Viper and On in the laning phase and made it very difficult for them to try and get ahead and get any semblance of push.
Oh, is Akali going for it? Oh, we're doing this.
Oh boy. Well, supreme display of talent did momentarily stun a couple members, but the perfect execution is sending Saburo back to the fountain on another gray screen simulator.
Knight is level 16. He's a level and a half over Rookie at this point. Saburo getting killed as well. I mean, it's just going from bad to worse. It feels like IG are kind of collapsing as they give multiple deaths over. No Baron started for BLG, but I don't think they're super worried. There's a dragon spawning in a minute and a half. That's kind of what we're looking for. And I gotta say, if we are being honest, unbiased, critical commentators for this game, I need to see more out of Wei and Rookie. I think it is fine for a LCK Challengers top laner to, have a rough stint as his opening bid into playing in the LPL. But for Rookie and Wei, we must hold these two to a much higher standard than we have seen before. And especially for Wei, off of the back of his Demacia Cup resume, we came in thinking that he might be the big carry for this team, and we have seen none of that so far this season.
There's been only a couple of performances in and there off of the Oh my goodness!
Jesus Christ, man!
Well, so, the early game was a bit quiet for BLG and Knight in particular, but he was just biding his time. And now that he has a effective 3,000 gold advantage and Shadow Flame, Hextech Gunblade working towards Azonia's Hourglass, yeah, this guy is running train on anyone that walks into his side lane.
You get one. That's all I'm going to say. You get one. All right. Rafa, you know what I am going to say? This game's cooked. This game is so cooked. Like,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, show me the replay. Misses Q. Wow, that dash does a lot of damage. And that wasn't even before the perfect execution. Gets even past the flash. There's a reason why this Gunblade was taken out of the game. It turns out having point-and-click slows is not great.
Having access to Omnivamp is pretty insane for an assassin. But you know what? All the Akali enjoyers and mains are rejoicing and thanking Riot Games for the LP gains that they are getting in our first couple of weeks of the 2026 season. And we'll see if it results in either a nerf to this item, or if Riot will take the approach of we must nerf the champions using the item.
Nah, so I think the side, 25% slow for 1.5 seconds isn't bad. It's a minute cooldown. 700 range in my mind is a a little ridiculous, especially when we're talking about Akali. Like, you're basically giving Akali a way of getting on top of you, and it is point and click. So either we make it a skill shot in my mind, which I don't think Riot is going to do, or we have to tap some of the stats on this. Like, 80 AP is pretty ridiculous, especially for a 3,000 gold item.
Oh boy. Well, that was a lot of damage on Schwinn, but he's got a GA, so he's totally fine if he just wants to send it in there for the boys.
Oh!
Come on! That's the Alistar gameplay I've been waiting for you from all this second game. Ben is going to route off the escape pass of a couple members. Wave desperately trying to get away from this massive Scion, and Rookie just expended his Scatter of the Week, so you know that Viper's flashing on him all day, every day. IG only down to 2 members, and BLG know that it's time to rip this Baron.
Yep, let's go take the big purple worm. Let's move it in so we can start to finish out this game. BLG, bit quieter early game, and that's the big misconception I want people to get away from, is there are going to be a lot of games that BLG are going to win this year by just having the best laners in the league, but what I've seen from them in some of these games has been incredible to watch, and we're going to see another mechanical display.
Oh my god. Knight is just pub stomping on IG corpses, continuing to aura farm for the montage, and I'm sure that the LPL official TikTok and Instagram is going to have a hell of a time going back through this series and just farming highlights for Knight's montage plays, as Sabor now steps up with Rookie behind him, trying to see if they can damage this guy. But here comes Swin, looks for Photic in the backline, says, I'm sorry, Jim, but you don't have flash and you're not surviving. Rookie does expend the GA from this Nocturne, but he flashes away from the force of will, and Saboro tries to step on up, but a good sidestep from Schwinn, forcing him to use the Grim Deliverance. Clean use of the perfect shuriken backflip into the perfect execution. My goodness, BLG just all here for the style points. A 5-man push. Wei alongside Dway. I don't know if they're going to be enough. On is going to hold them at the door. Supreme display of town on the 2, but Schwinn just blocks it with a spell shield, gets even more attack speed so he can finish this game out faster. And BLG with a clean sweep over IG.
A 30-minute win, 20-3. Remember, we started this game, we're like, okay, they got a kill on bottom lane. They set up mid and jungle. This was looking good. And then the mid game happens, and IG completely lose their minds. It is clear to me, anyway, that while Wei and Rookie try to sculpt some of their mid games, it was clear from last year that Invictus Gaming, even with some of these same pieces, they struggled in some of their early games. They weren't the best laners, but having Mako, the smartest and best support the LPL has ever seen, led this team to being competitive in large playoff series throughout the year. Unfortunately, he's on hiatus for the first split, so this is more tough losses, and I do want to note, most of the Group Ascend teams will naturally make it into the 10-team playoff bracket that we'll have for Split 2. But depending on how IG go, if they lose their first 2 series in that playoff bracket, I know we're talking very long from now, they could end up in Group Nirvana.
Oh, well, that's not a fun prospect for
it is not.
This squad. And you know what? For this, the cope I will say for IG is, 1, they did get a series win over JDG, who is looking like, other than anyone's legend, the only other contender in the top 3 pool that can potentially challenge BLG. And that clash between JDG and BLG will be later this weekend, which is going to give us as close to a full picture of what we have in Group Ascend and power levels. But at this rate, BLG look damn near unstoppable. They have been challenged. They have been at least taken the full distance in a 3-game series by Weibo and Anyone's Legend respectively, but neither of those teams have been able to get a series win over BLG just yet. So if you're IG, you're in the pool with Top Esports and Weibo Gaming, who are on the struggle bus and just trying to make sure that they do not end up in the spot where they have to play the best group perseverance team for a spot in playoffs.
Okay, surely I'm way less worried about Weibo versus Group Perseverance than I am for IG and Top Esports. Those are two teams that, especially Top Esports, if they have a bad day, thankfully for them, they will have a lower bracket. At the very least, you will have to play against a Nirvana or another Group Perseverance team. So they'll have, if they fail the first time, they'll have a second try to kind of get in there. It would put them at a lower seeding, though, which might mean you end up playing against the first seed of LPL, which we're assuming is going to be BLG at this point.
Right.
Yeah, I'm... Again, what I said after Game 2 or Game 1 still applies here. I want fans at home to live in this moment. I want us to be happy that we're seeing BLG play this well. I want to be happy that BLG are winning their lanes and they're looking as dominant as ever. Because just like any team, this could change. We could have a meta shift and suddenly this doesn't happen anymore. We could go into Split 2 with Jackie Love returning and Mako coming back and the league looks a lot closer. And we don't have as dominant games. So whether it is just Split 1 or a trend for the rest of the year, I want to celebrate them while they're looking good.
So you know what that means, folks. Go tell your friends. Go tell your family. Go spam it on Twitter. Go spam it on IG, TikTok, or YouTube. That BLG is freaking back, baby. And we are on this BLG hype train for as long as they can maintain it. And I hope it is for the long haul, because when this team is at their peak and at their best and currently experiencing a development and evolution beyond the point of what we saw in 2024 and what their identity was, I am all here for a BLG squad that not only boasts the best laners of every role from their league, but also a team that can play the map methodically and patiently. That would be insane.
Let's hope. Let's hope here. Kind of last bit here for Invictus Gaming. They were very heavy underdogs coming into the series. I think you mentioned it or phrased it the best. IG have the possibility of doing the funniest thing possible, and that would be beating BLG. But it was very clear that Rookie still has a little bit of time to kind of get through there. Man in the mid lane made it a little bit more tough, especially. But there are bright spots. I am just worried about, can they get to it in time? And what is the mess that Mako's going to come back to if he does even end up returning to this lineup? Because he's going to come back and he's like, I got to teach you guys macro. We're going to have to probably spend the first half of Split 2 doing that. And then what does that mean for the rest of our season, right? Like, are we playing for a Split 3 championship? Maybe.
It is actually a good thing to bring up, because I'm genuinely curious how the leadership and the leadership, or what am I thinking of? Leadership and how vocal the dynamic changes when Mako is back in the lineup, because Wei has just kind of taken over the direction for the game, because someone has to if Mako is not there. And
it's him and Jue. It's him and Jue. Jue is super loud in comms.
Right. But in terms of experience, because Jue is trying to do his best, but doesn't always make the right call. And one of the things that we noted is that while Jue has a playmaker's eye, sometimes the vision of where his teammates are is outside of the tunnel vision, because all he sees is, I can hit a 4-man Magnastorm, but he doesn't see that his teammates are in Narnia when he makes the play. This doesn't happen all the time, but unfortunately it has plagued him in the past. So it is what it is. I still want Jue to be able to hit the highs of being one of our next best potential LPL native supports. That would be so cool to continue boasting talent in a role that historically, other than Mako and a couple key other members, I guess if you look back in time, Ming, another great LPL support from pre-2020 era, then because LCK's got really damn good supports, man.
I know. You know, if we're talking about the support class as like a group of players, you mentioned Jue. Another player that's on a very similar timeline right now is Vampire over on JDG. These two players are both in their third year of playing in the LPL, and it kind of is both of them coming off of monumental splits for their individual careers. Vampire coming off of a somewhat successful WE that were expected to do nothing. Jway coming off of a kind of floundering FPX, but looking like one of the better stars of that team. And so now they're both on better rosters than they've experienced previously. And so this is their like true debut. This is kind of the moment where you either step up or sit back down. And if you're talking about a player with a little less experience, you're continuing on with the thread of being here in Group Ascend. I do think that Arha over on Weibo is genuinely impressive enough. It's just that him and Elk in the lane are not clicking right now. And that's going to be a question that I think is maybe going to be answered as we go throughout the year.
Yeah. It is tough to try and make your name and presence when, for the most part, On is performing very, very, very damn well. The second game on the All-Star was a bit rough early on. Jway and Fodic did get the better of him, but then On still found ways to be able to pull off some of those signature Q Flash combos. My goodness.
Look at the gold graph, man. They barely had a 1,400 gold lead. 1,450 is the highest they reached, and that looked like it was about 10 to like 7 to 10 minutes there. And after that, it's just completely BLG favored. And
that's tough.
Another thing to add is that IG had first selection choice for both games. For the very first game of this series, they chose Counterpick. Got smashed in mid lane with the Yone. We go to game 2, and they chose Counterpick again. And what did we do with it? We got, like, yeah. And then he got solo killed anyway. Like, I know we don't have the strongest laners, but I'm really disappointed with the coaching staff here. And now it's like a whole org thing, right? Like, the players aren't playing well. The coaching staff isn't preparing or giving us good enough drafts to perform in a good enough way. There's a lot of things going on over there.
Invictus Gaming is definitely struggling to find their identity in this Group Ascend and trying to consistently rely on the strengths that we saw from their peaks in just the past few months. Not even just referring to Demacia Cup finals and the run that they had. I will still continue to believe that for some reason, while Wei and Rookie were some of the more inconsistent members towards the regular season and playoff run for IG in Split 3, they were the two single best performing members in that series against T1, which was extremely disappointing if you were the Shy fan watching this guy assert himself as the best top laner in the LPL by the end of Split 3 regular season, and then
the spy activated, bro.
Yep. Lose all identity of that whatsoever. So
it is funny watching that series too, because like everybody loses their mind when they see the Varus top lane, and then we get all the words about after Scrim or after Worlds ends, whereas like Varus top was running the first 2 weeks of the meta, and everybody was afraid of this champion and playing it because they knew if you play against Varus top, what happens in scrims is that he bullies you the first 3 levels of the game. If you go to hit your minions, he hits you. He out-trades you, and he can win certain 1v2 positions if he has like Ghost or something. So yeah. This champion was a nightmare that thankfully never took off, and maybe because we ended up seeing the Shy end up floundering, that champion never really got to a good enough spot. But that is it, Rafa. That's the end of our show. We'll be probably, I'm going to think about MVP, but it's probably still going to go to Knight. If it's not Knight, then could be Bin. Other than that, I am not particularly interested in giving too much. I'm going to assume, though, that Knight is getting another MVP of the series, though.
It would be extremely funny to just see Knight pick up another player of the game into player of the series combo, which is exactly what's going to happen. Okay. So unfortunately for Tarzan, you were tied for most player of the series awards.
For an hour, for like 2 hours.
For 2 hours. It's going back to Knight, buddy.
he also had it before you, so he kind of joined him up for a little bit. Yeah, just keep flashing the card, brother. You're a card-carrying Knight fan. Look, I'll let you borrow my jersey. I just don't think it's coming back the same size. So,
no, I will definitely stretch it out. But it's okay. Look at that. Wow. You know, the funny thing was when we saw the player of the game votes in the previous game, 2 of them had given it over to Xuan Xinjiao. This time, undisputed, uncontested, all 8 for Knight Sakali. He definitely did some disgusting things on that assassin. But ladies and gentlemen, gamers all over around the world who tuned in to this wonderful broadcast of the LPL English, there it is. Player of the match, Knight. Now
anyway,
3.
Continue.
That is the end of our broadcast for tonight's coverage of LPL. Before we close out the show, thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Asumaril, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. It's always a pleasure to cast here on the channel, especially with you, Alk. I feel like we always get some fun bangers, and you know, while this was a stomp from BLG, I will still very much reminisce in the fact that Knight used this time to just aura farm IG in back-to-back games.
Yeah. BLG this season seems like it's going to be a lot of hype moments in aura farming, so hopefully we get some really cool plays coming out for them. But that's the end of our show here. Thank you, Rafa, for coming on through. Thank you to Gordo and, Gordo and J Beto for holding down on the first shift. Obviously, we have Shivam on the sticks here for Prod. And thank you for everybody for watching. I know it's a little bit more of an extended post-show as we wait for some of those graphics to come on through. But we'll be back here tomorrow with some more LPL action. Cool?
Yeah, shout out
Take
also
it,
to Zach and Trina on socials and Mon Duty for tonight.
There you go.
Also, thank you for being on the chaotic train with us. But until tomorrow, y'all, same time, see you next time, and keep safe, healthy, and all that good jazz.